Honorable members, at the break, we were debating the Consumer Protection Bill. I presume we are now ready. As many, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Marathon.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker.
Good afternoon, honorable members.
That broken. That's broken, yeah. Beautiful, beautiful. Get it? Here, drop. Madam Speaker, I am grateful for the opportunity to address this Parliament on behalf of the great people of Marathon. And before going into the bill, Madam Speaker, of course, I would only be 5 minutes on my deliberation. Just recently, I had the honor of attending the vibrant Back to Angola Festival in Bradenton, Florida. It was a celebration of the enduring ties between our Bahamian heritage and the communities that share our very same history. Madam Speaker, the festival not only reminds us of our past, but it highlights the interconnectedness of our journeys, the shared stories of resilience, and the cultural threads that unite us. And this event, Madam Speaker, the significance of it, I would say, is that most Bahamians don't know that we have Seminoles descendants living in Red Bay. It originally started in Bradenton, and they were run out of that state. They run for safety, and they run to Red Bay, Andres. So you know it must have been better than the Bahamas from then to now. And certainly I would like to thank the Honorable Leonardo Lightburn, the Member of Parliament for North Andres, and for allowing me to join hands with him. As my colleague, we support one another. I went down to that event, and of course, I would also like to thank Madam Speaker. Her name is Daphne Towns. She is a Bahamian. She lives in Bradenton. She's the owner of the Oak Tree Outreach Incorporation. She was the one who organized this event, and it was the 4th year that it was celebrated. Also, I was grateful that the mayor of Bradenton, Mr. Jane Brown, he was there, he gave his remark. It was just beautiful to see all the Bahamians down in Bradenton. And of course, the residents of Red Bay was there, showing off all their Bahamian hand-knit made stuff. And I would advise all Bahamians everywhere, if you have never purchased a nice knit basket, I've never seen a basket that you can pour water in and the water don't come out. It only made in Red Bay. And so I would give all applause. So that's Peggy Colbrook, so buying some of her supplies down there, beautiful knitted. And I also met Mr. Wilson Russell Sr. He is the storyteller man. I also purchased of his hand carvings. They were very reasonable. And I thank God for Reverend Newton. He was my tour guide when I was down in Red Bay. So he took us everywhere. And certainly, Madam Speaker, I want to thank the administrator, Ms. Larimore. She was very helpful. She's very knowledgeable about everything that happens in Andres. So I'm very grateful for her. Also, Madam Speaker, I would like to thank BAMSI. Just today, about 11 a.m. this morning, I wasn't able to attend at Claridge Primary School. They planted 3 beautiful fruit trees. And so I'm very thankful for BAMSI and their team for doing that at Claridge Primary School. Also, I would like to bring to the attention that the Urban Renewal kids would have attended the Feast of Tabernacle. That is also an event that was held in Florida. 14 students from the inner city went down. It was paid by the host country, where the kids engaged in a 7-day workshop where they danced and they interacted with children from all over the world. And so they had a wonderful time. They were able to exchange culture, dance, and music. Even to this day, those kids are still talking about that event. Also, Madam Speaker, I would like to thank the principal for C.I. Gibson School for giving me the opportunity to attend the award ceremony just recently, where scores of youngsters, high achievers, middle achievers, I had the opportunity of giving them some gifts. And you know, I didn't leave the rising star, because at one point in my life, I was the rising star. In that, they call the rising star the 2-point-something students. They good students too. I am as a result of one of the 2-point students. Okay, so I want to thank Mrs. Rutherford for such a job well done. And the parents was out there in full force. Also, I would like the residents of Dartmouth Estates to know that the potholes, thanks for the Ministry of Works, the potholes are now being repaired. Most of them, if not all. Also, they can see that the trees that are on the power lines have started to be cut from last week, and it's still going on this week. That is just some of the complaints that they had, so we want them to know that help is here. Also, the residents of Balfour and Pinedale, just recently last week, my team and I had an opportunity to clear down that terrible lot on the corner of Balfour and Pinedale. It was an eyesore, and we're going to make it into a green space, so it's being erected even at this point. So we're looking forward for Christmas. You will see lights and festivities right there on the corner of Balfour. Also, on a sad note, I would like to extend my condolences to the family of the late Rellington Bullitt of Union Village, a young man who was recently deceased about 2 days ago. I want to extend my condolences to his family. Also to Frances Taylor. She was a resident of Regency Park. She just passed 3 days ago. I want to extend condolences to her daughter, Lisa Gray, who took very good care of her mother. She reminds me of me, Madam Speaker, and so my prayers are with them. Madam Speaker, also last, before I delve into the debate, I would like to express my profound gratitude for being recognized with the Woman of Merit Award in London just recently by the Caribbean Global Award event. It was a very humbling experience, and it underscores the commitment to service that I hold there, a commitment that I shared with my late colleague, the Honorable Obadiah Wilchcombe, whom at the time of receiving the event, I dedicated that award to him. His mentorship taught me the essence of hope and the importance of fighting for the voiceless. Madam Speaker, I can say this, there was much debate already said, a lot explained as it relates to the importance of the bill. But the ordinary Bahamian who's watching and listening, I know they will not forget this, because I will say it in colloquial terms. The greatest benefit of this bill is that it prevents you from getting swing. And everybody knows what swing means. This bill, Madam Speaker, we're examining today is the Consumer Protection Bill 2023. It is a statement to the legacy of public service that we have inherited and must carry forward. It is rooted in the understanding that our government must be a bastion of protection for its people, especially the elderly, the fatherless, the teens, and the single mothers. A cause that resonates deeply with my own passion and the values of the Bahamian community. Madam Speaker, and I take out much of this so I can be brief, I want us to honor our past by protecting our future, by ensuring that every Bahamian can engage in the marketplace with confidence, supported by a government that listens, a government that cares, and a government that acts on their behalf. And Madam Speaker, today I join with my parliamentary colleagues to present a case for the Consumer Protection Bill, a case built on the concrete needs of our citizens, the very individuals we are related to represent and to defend. Madam Speaker, the essence of this bill is accountability. What does the bill do? It sets a standard that all businesses operating within our shores must meet. And this is not a suggestion. It is simply a requirement, one that is long overdue. I'm talking about the businesses that serve our people, and they must do so with integrity. We have heard the stories, I have heard the stories, the tales of frustration, disappointment, where trust in a purchase turned to be a total regret. This bill addresses these injustices directly. And Madam Speaker, as I said earlier, I am happy for this bill because on many occasions when I made purchases before, I was swaying. And so I'm grateful for this. So Madam Speaker, let's take the case of a fisherman in Abaco whose livelihood depended on a boat engine that failed him due to a known defect the seller did not disclose. Without the protections proposed today, my question is, what recourse is left for him? This bill would not only have provided him a means to rectification, but would have prevented the seller from making such an egregious omission in the first place. Madam Speaker, let's consider another example so that the ordinary person who's listening to this would understand and it would relate to their circumstances. Consider a young graduate. All of us have graduated at some time or the other. I mean, some people drop out, but they made it. So you graduated from somewhere. A graduate who have saved for a laptop to pursue her freelance career, only to find out that the device was a refurbished model, but it was sold as if it was new. A deceit that cost her money and valuable time and opportunity. This legislation stands in a corner. It mandates clear disclosure and honest salesmanship. Madam Speaker, arguments for this bill are not abstract. They are as tangible as the faulty wiring in appliance that could risk a family's safety, or as immediate as the need for a working refrigerator in a Bahamian home. Our people's daily lives and their well-being are at the forefront of the discourse. Madam Speaker, and I can tell you, most Bahamians go into ASUS, save their very last, just hoping to make purchases of things they dream of. And can you imagine them going in an ASU just to get their good draw, but to buy a faulty machinery and have no recourse? Well, this bill provides the answer. Madam Speaker and colleagues, the bill also champions the honest business owners of the Bahamas. It levels the playing field, ensuring that those who conduct their enterprises with honor and fairness are not undercut by the unscrupulous practices of others. It protects the backbone of our economy, the small businesses, the family-run shops, the entrepreneurs who do right by their customers and contribute to their communities. This is also a safeguard for them. Madam Speaker, we should look at the bigger picture. Strong consumer protection laws are a hallmark of a mature, stable economy. It builds consumer confidence, which in turn stimulates economic activity. And by passing this bill, we are not merely legislating, We are investing in our economy's growth and our people's prosperity. Madam Speaker, we cannot deny the impact this bill will have on the fabric of our society. It's a step towards a future where consumers can trust the market and where businesses operate on a foundation of trust. This bill enshrines in law the principle that consumer rights are human rights. And Madam Speaker, I wish to delve into the substance of the consumer bill to elucidate the transformative impact it will have on our legal framework and the everyday transactions of our citizens. Madam Speaker, the bill before us seeks to introduce a comprehensive overhaul of our consumer protection legislation. Certainly, it is designed to replace the outdated Consumer Protection Act 2006 with a modern framework that addresses the current realities of commerce and consumer rights. Madam Speaker, the bill reestablishes the Consumer Commission with expanded powers to enforce the regulations. This, of course, includes the introduction of significant penalties for non-compliance, ensuring that our laws are not mere guidelines, but enforceable standards that protect the consumer. Madam Speaker, under this bill, providers are required to be licensed, not unlicensed, licensed, not outdated, and refuse to license, but licensed, where applicable, registered under pertinent acts, such as our Business License Act 2023 and the Value Added Tax Act 2014. This is crucial. It ensures that businesses are operating within a legal framework that is both transparent and accountable. Madam Speaker, we are instituting a legal obligation to providers to honor both their local and foreign warranties. This is a significant step that directly benefits consumers by ensuring that the promises made at the point of sale are kept. Madam Speaker, the requirement for clear disclosure of prices and the conditions of goods or services, including whether items are reconditioned or remade or refurbished, is another cornerstone of this bill. And I'm sure many of us, so I can speak for myself, Madam Speaker, there are some refurbished laptops that I would have purchased for persons in my constituency, and even though it was refurbished, I still wanted the best deal for the buck. We are mandating truth in advertising, safeguarding our citizens from being misled by false and incomplete information. Madam Speaker, the rights of consumers are implicitly defined within the bill. This includes the right to be informed about the origin of the goods, the right to the usage instructions, the right to a receipt and refund. I purchase goods all the time in the Bahamas, whether it's small businesses or big businesses, and it seems that most places, they don't like to give you your receipt. I don't know why. Sometimes I have to demand it. We are also criminalizing a range of unfair trade practices, Madam Speaker. Misleading or deceptive conduct, coercive selling, and undisclosed alterations of contractual terms are practices that this House must unequivocally condemn. Madam Speaker, the regulation contract terms, particularly those attempting to restrict liability or exclude consumer rights, is a critical feature of the bill. The bill also sets forth provisions relating to product liability. It stipulates the responsibilities of providers in the event of a product recall, both voluntary and mandatory, protecting consumers from the dangers of defective goods. The bill's miscellaneous provisions are just as pivotal, Madam Speaker. They give the courts the power to award damages and the minister the authority to issue regulations on modern aspects of commerce, such as distance selling, online transaction, and payment protection. Madam Speaker, the human stories that bring this bill to life are not merely anecdotal evidence. They are a clarion call for reform, a demand for legislation that keeps pace with the evolving dynamics of trade and commerce. Madam Speaker, the bill is about safeguarding the consumer. Yes. It's about fostering a culture of trust. Yes. The bill is about reliability. Yes. And quality in our market. The bill says yes. It's about sending a clear message that the Bahamas respects the rights of consumers and upholds the principles of fair trade. In the final analysis, Madam Speaker, our responsibility as a government extends beyond the mere enactment of policies and legislation. It reaches into the very lives of our people, shaping the trust that they place in the market, in businesses, and in us as their elected representatives. This trust is sacred, and it is our duty to uphold it. Madam Speaker, the government's fundamental role is to act as a guardian of public interests. This Consumer Protection Bill encapsulates our unwavering commitment to that role. It is a testament to our determination to ensure that every single transaction in our marketplace is conducted with fairness, every product sold is met with confidence, and every customer is equipped with the rights that they so deserve. Madam Speaker, we are not just lawmakers. We are the architects of the system in which our citizens must be able to participate with certainty and security. This legislation is an embodiment of the promise we make to safeguard their interests, to shield them from exploitation, and to foster a culture of integrity within our economy. And as we move to vote on this bill, let us be cognizant of the message we are sending to this nation. A vote for this bill is a vote for the people of the Bahamas. It is a clear declaration that we, as a government, stand for consumer justice, for ethical commerce, and for the prosperity that flows from a well-regulated economy. Madam Speaker, this bill is not just a set of clauses and stipulations. It is a charter of consumer rights, a declaration of our values, and a blueprint for fairness. Yes. It is the embodiment of our duty to the Bahamian people, a duty to protect, a duty to serve, and a duty to act with unwavering commitment to the welfare of the Bahamian people. Yes. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, I stand here not only as a minister, but as a representative of the Bahamian people, cognizant of the trust they have placed in this government. Yes. With the passage of the Consumer Protection Bill, we're not merely fulfilling a mandate, we are upholding a principle. We are reaffirming our solemn pledge to serve common good. In this hollow chamber, let us therefore unite in our resolve to enact this bill as a cornerstone of our dedication to our people. Let it be known that this government does not shrink from its responsibilities. It meets them head on with courage, with passion, with compassion, and with an unwavering sense of duty. Madam Speaker, I call upon this House to pass the Consumer Protection Bill with a full and resolute heart, demonstrating to our citizens that their rights are our command, their protection our creed, and their trust our highest duty. Madam Speaker, Marathon supports this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many, the chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Kalani.
What's that? Madam Speaker, I am so grateful to my colleagues on the opposite side today. When I came in drinking my soda, they told me it was bad for my health. It definitely demonstrated that they do love me, Madam Speaker. They're concerned for me. And I appreciate that. But, Madam Speaker, I want to send condolence out to the family of Mr. Minder of the Lightfoot Key School that had passed away. Send condolence to his family, to the entire school body, from myself, my wife, and the entire Kalani constituency. And I want to remind the people in Kalani and Twin Lakes that very soon we'll have our sign in the Twin Lakes area saying, "Welcome," as we do such signage in all of our various different subdivisions, so that as individuals can drive in the mark, West Wind, Southwest Ridge, West Ridge, etc. But, Madam Speaker, I was so moved by what the member from Marathon said, and I want to quote her. She said, the bill is about the essence. The essence of this bill is about accountability. And I am totally in agreement with her. Because as citizens of this country, we as consumers, we are consumers of all government services: health, education, security, and transport, and many others that I have only named a few. And we expect proper services from the government just as we do from the private sector. We expect government to deliver similar results. Madam Speaker, whatever I say, at the end, I will table the backup documents to support. Yeah, move this. To support whatever I say. And I'm asking the clerk, as the clock is not working, I won't be able to follow properly. I may not necessarily use my 30 minutes, but to be on the safe side, when there's 7 minutes remaining, ring the bell twice, so that I would know that I must tailor everything to the fine cuts so that I can complete. And then you can do your usual thing, 2 minutes, and I know that I'm coming to an end. Madam Speaker, I rise again on behalf of the lovely people, the beautiful constituency of Kalani, to offer offer my contribution to the debate before this honorable House. We debate at a time when the people of Kalani, like the people of the entire Bahamas, are very, after 2 years of New Day deliverance or New Day government. After 2 years, Madam Speaker, we have a government that can't pave the road. Yes, you're right about services, or patch potholes, and yes, you're right about services. We are now told it may take until 2025 to fix all the roads in New Orleans. 2025. 2 more years of suffering. In the meantime, the residents of New Providence will continue to suffer from both bad roads and poor governance. But, Madam Speaker, and I'm happy the consumer protection agencies are here because we want to complain about those potholes. Madam Speaker, a constituent in my constituency who has a very small car complained to me that they were driving and they hit a pothole and subsequently had broken their axle and bent their rim. I told them that they pay their taxes and government is supposed to deliver the services. So sue them. Sue them. You must pay. You have a responsibility. Individuals are paying for the services. Deliver the services or pay. And if you can't deliver it, back aside and let the F&M come back. That ain't no joke. Madam Speaker, according to a story in the Tribune of March 2nd last year, the public was advised that Gladstone Road would be turned into a 4-lane highway by the 3rd or 4th quarter of 2024. Can the government please advise if they are on track to meet this deadline? And Madam Speaker, we have an uncaring and indifferent government whose poor governance and actions caused the highest electricity bill in the Bahamian history. And some Bahamians are going into their savings just to keep the lights on. Poor service. Consumer Protection Agency must be depressed and upset. When electricity bills go up, there's a ripple effect, resulting in most businesses having to raise their prices, which they pass on to us, the consumers. This is why, Madam Speaker, it is more than ironic that we are here debating a consumer protection bill. The government's action have failed to protect us, the consumers. Even worse, they have done great harm to consumers. I note that the Anglican bishop has called on removal of VAT on bread basket items. This is something I have called, and the F&M have called for, among many others, for almost 2 years. It is shameful and stunning that this government will not heed the cries of the poor, the cries of the middle class and religious leaders to lift this terrible burden from the Bahamian people. You call corned beef to go up? Even as they can afford to give tens of millions for consultancies to PLPs and fly around the world in great luxury, this administration is hurting the poor. Even as PLP leaders eat the finest food in first class and in luxury hotels, they are indifferent and callous when it comes to the cost of basic foods for us, the Bahamian people. Look at the cost of basic foods like chicken. fruits and vegetables, as well as various bread basket items. The prices, Madam Speaker, are outrageous. And they just keep going sky high. Keep going up, 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 up. Car, health, and home insurance continue to go up. Consumers, families, and businesses are hurting. Consumers need protection from high prices and an uncaring government. Furthermore, we have a government that has no solution to the crime crisis in New Providence. And Madam Speaker, just on Sunday, just past, at 9:30 a.m. in my constituency, in the Golden Gate, in the City Super Value Shopping Plaza, there was a shootout in the shopping plaza. And as a result, individuals who were shopping in the store at 9:30 could not come out. I have the pictures of multiple police cars in the area. We need protection. Sadly, this is the state of our country in 2023. Even as things are going from bad to worse, the government, PLP, keep bragging that things are getting better. Ask them out there. Ask the public if things are getting better. Yes, they are getting better, but only for you and certain PLPs. Madam Speaker, today we debate the Consumer Protection Bill 2023. The bill seeks to provide greater protection for consumers in their dealings with providers and to repeal and replace the Consumer Protection Act 2006. The bill seeks to continue the Consumer Commission under the Consumer Protection Act 2006 and introduces new functions of the Commission. The bill also seeks, in part, to provide the framework for the lodging of consumer complaints and investigations, and protect the consumer by setting out the obligation to recall certain goods, as well as providing a procedure in which a provider may voluntarily recall certain goods. The bill also sets out various other requirements of providers, such as honoring warranties, disclosure to consumers as to whether goods are reconditioned, rebuilt, remade, or repaired, and to provide the price of goods or services. Madam Speaker, these are just a few of the various measures contained in the bill seeking to bolster consumer protection. It is important that Bahamian consumers are protected in the health sector, the educational sector, the roadworks and the transportation sector, and most of all, in the security sector. And they must be protected in the business sectors when they make purchases. As legislators, we have the responsibility to ensure regulations are in place, to ensure products are being sold in a safe and responsible manner. We also have responsibility to ensure there's oversight of the items being sold. I support this legislation. However, there are other aspects of consumer protection this administration is not looking at. Madam Speaker, the Brave Davis PLP cost of living crisis continues and is getting worse. I will continue to raise this in this House because our people need relief. The pensioners and retirees who built this country and made great sacrifices, they are hurting. They are crying. Literally, they are crying and depressed. They are finding it very difficult to survive. Bills gone up, continue to rise. Gasoline prices continue to rise. Real property tax continue to rise. And it's difficult to purchase food. What? I'm going to explain that. What are you doing about that? They're not receiving enough to purchase food, and they're now, many of them, seeking food assistance from social services and other entities. They cannot, because of the crisis and the escalation of prices and the inflation that we experience, they cannot assist their grandkids, their kids, with fees both here and abroad. And as a result, many of their grands and their kids who were in institutions are withdrawing. And it also applies here. Individuals whom they were assisting because they cannot, with the escalation of the prices and the fees that they must pay, the students.
Crossing the floor.
Oh, you switch?
Crossing, we got one.
Welcome aboard.
We got one.
Welcome aboard.
We got one. And then there was 8.
I had only said wait until 2026 when you'd move. But you're coming over early. But we'll take that one. Monroe, we don't want you, though. You're in trouble. So the children, some are leaving school, Madam Speaker. They cannot give their kids money to assist their children with lunch, breakfast, and other amenities. And therefore, they're staying home. What are you doing about it? Be bold. Be bold. And introduce, be bold and swift, and introduce the National Food Program in education that we spoke about. Not just a pilot program for breakfast. No. Be bold and swift for pensioners who are on fixed income, and eliminate real property tax for owner-occupied dwelling up to the value of $750,000. That would remove the burden on the middle class and working
3 pieces be ready.
and working class pensioners.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Yamacraw.
Stop that hand clock.
The good member was on a stride. I didn't want to interrupt. But I think he had a correct statement that was made that parents are keeping children home because they can't give them lunch money. The record shows that there's an increase in student attendance in schools higher than any, higher than any time under their time, and definitely before that. So for him to suggest that children are not going to school because parents can't afford to is misleading. It's misleading. Which child? Your experience? That one person you can give them.
Thank you, honorable member. Honorable member for Kalani, 1 minute, please.
No, I've never been there. I went to C.R. Walker, man, and many days I had no lunch. I speak from experience. And during lunchtime, we used to find things to do because you were embarrassed for individuals to see that you didn't have anything. So you found things to do.
Honorable member for Kalani. Yes, sir.
Be bold. Be bold. We need to prioritize areas like education, health, security, because they are the determinants of our future. They determine the direction of our country. These are critical areas for development, and therefore, pay scales in these areas should reflect they are national priorities so that we attract and retain the best and brightest in these areas. I know, Mr. Speaker, I know the New Day Command don't really feel it. Many of them have gotten straight. They have new cars and they have big jobs. They have plenty contracts with more to come. The New Day supporters don't interrupt me for uninterruptible things. No, I'm not going to show this Coke because the young people may see and it's not necessarily good for them. But it's giving me a little uplift. You know, I'm becoming like the inflation, rising. The New Day supporters are all around town boasting about how good life is. They do not feel what most Bahamians feel. Bahamians who are not a part of this Davis special crew are struggling with out-of-control cost. The price of gasoline is above $6 a gallon. The PLP administration has refused to lower the gas taxes. Food costs keep going up and up and up. Light bills are at historical levels, and many people and many businesses can't pay their full electricity bills. Some have had their power cut off under this hard-hearted administration, and some people are having to use kerosene lamps, candles, and makeshift generators, some of which may pose risk to their life, hazardous. Is this what the New Day was supposed to look like? Everywhere Bahamians turn, they are hurting. God forbid there is an unexpected incident, like an accident or a health problem, or if you fall into one of these potholes. You know, you won't touch us 7-minute mark yet. You know, Mr. Deputy, anyhow, let me leave that just in case I run out of time. Mr. Deputy, I saved that. Consumer, no, I can talk about that now. You know, I was on a plane the other day, and the plane was bumping. No, the plane was bumping. And a lot of people, Bahamians, you know, they're frightened. I got used to that, flying on all these little planes, because I was flying on a little plane before and the door flew open. Yeah, I'll tell you about that one day. But the plane was really bumping, and the passengers started screaming. And I said to them, relax, relax, be okay. Just imagine you are driving on Nassau roads and you're hitting potholes. That's all. And you'll be safe. Think of potholes. But Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy, consumers selected the New Day administration in 2001. They believed the PLP would at least try once in office to lessen the burden they felt. Instead, the Bahamian people have empowered a group who acts first, last, and foremost for the PLP. Where is the consumer protection for the Bahamian people from these high BPL bills? As we speak, I am advised that there's electrical surge in parts of the eastern area, Half homes are on, light on and half is off. And appliances are being destroyed, shot. Even security systems, shot, having problems. The surges. Appliances throughout this country. People have lost their TV. Where is the consumer protection? People have lost their appliances because of the surges. Where is the protection? The refrigerators. I was sitting down watching my TV. I only bought it 1 month. And I was sitting down, and BPL blew it. I wrote them and had discussion for 6 months, back and forth. And they refused to pay. They refused to pay. They blew it. I knew when the surge came, and I had all the evidence. So I'm not talking from hearsay. I had to buy, replace it. But I could have afforded. What about that poor man? What about that poor man who can't afford it? He cannot afford to replace his microwave. He cannot afford to replace his television. He cannot afford to replace his refrigerator. Man, I ain't stopping. He cannot afford to replace his refrigerator. And as a result of that, medical supplies become compromised.
The chair recognizes honorable member.
Let me cool before my...
Yeah, drink. Drink a lot, drink a lot. Mr. Deputy, just really a point of correction. In my time at BPL, which is some 20 years, not far removed from the place, there is a system in place with regards to refunds. 1 second, sir. One second, member. 1 second. There's a system in place. BPL records all downtimes, so they're well aware when something happens. And if you fill out the necessary paperwork, they will get you. They will speak with you with regards to a refund. It may not be 100% of what you require, but there will be some refund. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable member.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. That was an excellent rebuttal, because now I know BPL listening, so they know I come to my TV. I had to buy it, and I have it all in the system. He said they may not give me 100%, but I may get 50, but I don't want $10. I may get 50. Where's the consumer protection? For the Bahamian people, from these high gasoline prices and gasoline taxes. Where's the consumer protection from the high bread basket taxes? That's 7 minutes. I got time. That's the 7. That's the 7. That was twice.
Always wait for Pete.
So these taxes so heartlessly imposed by the New Day administration. 2 years into that term, and it is clear the Bahamian people need protection. But they need protection from you, the PLP. Mr. Deputy, the government gets most of its revenue from taxes. The money it has to spend, it's the people's money. It's my money. That's why you all don't want to replace my TV. Give me my money back. The people expect reasonableness from the government of the day. The New Day government has wasted millions and millions of the people's money flying all over the world, luxury travel. We in the opposition, Mr. Deputy, have raised this repeatedly because what they are doing is excessive. We will continue to call out the PLP for wasting the people's money. That's not stale. We will continue to call you out. No amount of spin or explaining and trying to turn the tables by them can depart from the fact that this Prime Minister is out of control when it comes to using the people's money to see the world of luxury. He is so excited to be going in a few weeks. Listen to me, listen to me. He is so excited about going in a few weeks on another big trip to a conference in Dubai. I have lost track of how many times he has gone to Dubai, but let's not forget, that was when he took one of his first big trips with a huge entourage. How many people, this talker, Elizabeth, how many people are going with him this time? How many are flying in first class or business class? How many will be staying in suites? While he's gone again, Elizabeth, the Bahamian people will be here struggling, struggling with the cost of living, with the consequences of his and his PLP's failure to govern well. Mr. Deputy, by March of next year, the PLP administration will be around the midway point of their term.
Almost done.
They are not a new government, yet they still often come into this place trying to blame the former administration for what is not going right. On their watch,
You don't do it.
the people elected you,
You don't do it.
the PLP, years ago.
What?
They expected you, the PLP, to address the range of issues. It's ridiculous and it is pathetic to come in here 2 years into a term and blame the side that was voted out 2 years ago for issues at hand today. Don't blame me no more. The PLP is the governing party. The PLP has the responsibility to solve problems, not to blame others for the PLP's failures, mistakes, and lack of action. It is clear that this governing party has no clear and compelling vision. It is clear the PLP has few to no plans on crime, on health care, on reducing the cost of living, on climate change, on Grand Bahama, on family island development, on BPL, solar energy, and on many, many other issues. He does have a plan now. He have a plan, the leader. They are called travel plans. He plans to visit as many countries as possible before the next election. I have 2 minutes. I coming down. It is clear, Mr. Deputy, that this administration is only here to ensure PLPs live a good life. I can finish. This is their main plan. They try to get themselves straight. Mr. Deputy, the Bahamian people are losing more and more faith in this government on multiple levels. This failing government has failed to protect consumers, and I hope Consumer Protection Agency deal with those potholes. This failing government has failed to protect us, the consumers. Instead, most of the last 2 years have been spent getting straight. Mr. Deputy, I have reviewed the bill. My colleagues have reviewed the bill, and we support the bill. Thank you very much.
Members? As many? The chair recognizes the honorable member for Golden Gates.
As comedic as Kalani, because I didn't drink any Coke. But we appreciate that very entertaining contribution from Kalani. Bye, Kalani.
Kalani Joy Rock and running again.
Mr. Deputy. We let Kalani go. Don't forget to take your Coke now.
conversation.
Why you bring that button in the chamber?
Yeah, that's another thing, but don't say nothing. Mr. Deputy, to God be the glory. I stand here today on behalf of the great people of Golden Gates. Great things he has done and always does.
Y'all don't believe in it.
I stand in support of the Consumer Protection Bill 2023 to provide greater protections for Bahamian consumers. Come home, Shannon. Come home, St. Barnabas. Come home, St. Barnabas. Mr. Deputy, as we roll out this administration's legislative agenda during this parliamentary session, our focus is primarily on protecting and empowering the Bahamian people. Our Prime Minister mentioned in his contribution last week that our approach is based on 3 pillars: personal security, economic security, and national security. So the key word here is security. A secure person is a protected person.
Yes.
The bill before us today is protecting consumers, and it's all about securing our people. So, Deputy, I'm very proud to be the representative of Golden Gates, a constituency that has been a blessing, and I feel blessed to represent this great constituency. And as a result, I never fail to show my gratitude to them in this house and in the community. And of course, Thanksgiving is around the corner. And as usual, I will be showing my gratefulness to our constituents with our annual Thanksgiving dinner. We also recently launched our Golden Gates Youth Chat and Chill, and we continue to have our monthly seniors matinee at the Dundas Theater. But as I speak today, we're in the middle of Public Service Week, and I'm very excited about that. The one week in every year, except when our former administration was in office, where we acknowledge and celebrate the contributions of our public servants. Yes.
They didn't. They ain't
Public servants undoubtedly contributed to the bill before us today, as well as every piece of legislation, every policy, every initiative that the government rolls out. Public servants fuel the engine of national development. They are the ones who do the day-to-day work of nation building. As someone who spent years working in the public service, I can attest to the unique challenges of being a public servant. Being a part of teams that carry out a government's agenda is never an easy task. But for all the challenges public servants face, I can attest to the fact that it is also a uniquely rewarding job. For those who excel as public servants, the work is a calling. It's something they're simply wired for. And there are so many hardworking public servants who are worthy of our recognition and admiration. And that is why, from day one, this administration has prioritized the needs of our public servants. I ask all Bahamians to join us in celebrating public servants. We started off our week the right way at Living Waters Kingdom Ministries for the National Public Service Week Church Service. And as I was out of country, I want to thank the Honorable Member for Carmichael for standing in proxy, and our Prime Minister, who also participated. We've already hosted health screenings, and in keeping with the healthy lifestyle theme, we are hosting a softball tournament and a fun run walk this coming Saturday. On Monday, we honored 1,000 public service retirees. And 1,000. And tomorrow, we will recognize the legends of the public service at the Awards of Excellence ceremony. Friday is the day? No, they're silent on that. Friday is the day that many of our public servants have been looking forward to. We'll have our annual National Public Service Week Float Parade and T-shirt Day. I know many ministries have been preparing to compete to win the prize for the best float. I know that the team at Public Service and Labor is coming very hard this year. So I say to all you other ministries, bring your A game, because we're coming to take Ministry of Works that floating trophy. No, we have to lead the way. On Friday, on Friday, we also, well, as of today, actually, we're having our career fair. And I left a little earlier to go and open the fair. I want to thank the member for Carmichael and the member for Nabi for passing through. And I encourage all of my colleagues here to visit the career fair and see the great work that your employees and your ministries have put out. It's a competition at the career fair as well for the best booth. And it's a great spirit of camaraderie down at the Kendall J. Isaacs Gym. I want to give a shout out, and this is going to be a twofold shout out. The Consumer Protection Commission. Yes. I mean, they are there in full force. Executive Director Sharmi Farrington is here in our chambers today, while she is simultaneously being represented very well at the Kendall J. Isaacs Gym at the career fair. And I want to shout out the team from Consumer Protection who's down there. Supervisor Elva Lundy Thompson, Colette Butterfield, Loretta Newbold, Soma Strawn, Khadijah Neely, Shakira Bain, Timothy Gibson, Datus Farrington. Now, I have to shout out some people too, but I will make sure y'all number one. I had a great exchange with the immigration dog he's a Kita by the name of Naya. And immigration had a very impressive booth as well, where they showed us what we don't see behind the scenes and gave us a little snapshot of what it is that they do. All of our armed forces was there, economic affairs, we have Kishan Hubbs, Kish Taylor, Indira Ingram, Tia Garland, Theodore Curry, and Emmanuel George. And of course, the leaders for our Department of Labor and Public Service booth, January Miller, Kenya Lang, Sharon Moss, Therese Wallace, Anastina Hutchinson, and I could go on and on. But colleagues, the career fair is from 9:30 to 4:30, was from 9:30 to 4:30 today, continues tomorrow at the Kendall G. Isaacs Gymnasium. I encourage every Bahamian to go so you can understand how far-reaching the public service is in terms of the services we offer, the ministries, departments, and units that comprise the public service. We had about 200 students pass through the fair today, and it was engaging. It was interesting to see them engaged in career choices that they really didn't have an idea how deep our public service departments go. I saw a lot of young men who are interested in being police officers who had a great engagement with the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, Police Force, and Customs, not now having the choice of which armed force they want to be a part of. I am pleased to say that not only is the career fair an opportunity for us to showcase what we do in the public service, but it also exposes our students who are preparing to leave the school system, understand how they can engage a career in the public service. So I want to encourage persons to participate, and if you're considering a career in the public service, this is the best time to come out and look at your options. We will be on Saturday hosting a National Public Service Week fair, which starts with a fun run walk on Saturday at 6 a.m. And I brought application forms for everyone. You, St. Barnabas, I have one for you as well, so that you can sign up for our fun run walk. All of us should be involved. And we will have a fair that day, softball tournament, dominoes, bingo, and lots of fun and camaraderie between our public servants at the Blue Hill Road Sporting Complex. We will end the Public Service Week festivities on Sunday when we honor the Public Service Officer of the Year nominees and announce the Public Service Officer of the Year winner, which will be a great and a grand event. So public servants, I want you to know that I appreciate you, I respect you, I applaud you. Our Davis administration appreciates you, applauds you, and supports you. Whether you're a clerical worker or custodial staff, if you're a uniform branch, a teacher, a nurse, manager, executive, in senior administration, wherever you fall, you are valued. And we won't just show you our appreciation during Public Service Week. You know that this administration has from day one continued to look out for you and show our appreciation in ways that truly count. Boosting morale, increasing salaries, enhancing productivity, improving working conditions, and improving your benefits. You can count on us to continue to make progress on your behalf year-round. Mr. Deputy, when it comes to national priorities, there are few areas more important than protecting the Bahamian consumer. Consumer protection is not merely about regulating prices and unsavory behaviors. It's about ensuring the well-being of our citizens, safeguarding their hard-earned money, and upholding their rights as customers. Around the nation, Bahamians have been asking for stronger protections to be put in place. We've heard these calls for action, and we're now introducing stronger consumer protection laws through the bill before us today. I'm very proud to be a part of an administration that fights for the rights of Bahamian people. This bill represents our continued efforts to safeguard the interests of Bahamian people in an ever-changing economic landscape. Those efforts began when we introduced more price controls and hired more price control inspectors, and they will continue with the changes brought about by the bill before us. The contained provisions are designed to create a comprehensive framework to enhance consumer protections. It aims to continue the work of the Consumer Commission established under the Consumer Protection Act of 2006, while introducing new functions and protections to better serve the interests of Bahamian customers. This legislation will create a platform for consumers to lodge complaints and investigations, ensuring that their grievances are heard and acted upon. It also establishes guidelines for the recall of certain goods, promoting accountability among providers, and protecting consumers from potential harm. Key requirements for goods and service providers under this bill include the obligation of businesses to honor warranties, disclose when goods have been refurbished, and provide clear pricing information. Mr. Deputy, under this bill, there will be no more surprises awaiting customers. If a company clearly states the price of a good, that price must be honored. The terms of a warranty must be fair and reasonable, and as long as the customer did not break those terms, then no one should be able to weasel out of their commitments without being held accountable. Part 6 of this bill establishes the rights of the consumer. Among these rights, consumers have the right to be informed about certain details of the goods for sale, including their origin and instructions for use and installation. They should also receive a transaction receipt and have the option of receiving a refund in the same manner of payment, ensuring they are not left without recourse in cases of dissatisfaction. The parts of this bill that really give this legislation teeth are Parts 7 and 8, which deal with unfair trade practices, and criminal liability. Deputy, there will be no harassing or coercing customers to make a purchase without penalty. There will be no more advertising one product and then delivering a different product to the consumer after the purchase is made. There will be no more shadiness about prices, hiding the fact that you are locking the customer into a higher price without their knowledge. These activities are now clearly outlined as offenses. Thankfully, Mr. Deputy, we're saying goodbye to pyramid schemes. Any scammers cooking up their next fake business idea is officially put on notice. We encourage all Bahamians to report any business activities that they suspect falls into one of these categories. If guilty, the offending provider will be held liable. We prick a nerve? No? Okay. Throughout the rest of the bill, throughout the rest of the bill, we see provisions addressing the exclusion or restriction of liabilities under a contract, the loss and damage of goods, failure to meet the promised delivery dates, and other forms of potential contractual disputes. Standards are established for each scenario, as well as the definition of a reasonable clause within a contract and avenues for alternative dispute resolution. The bill, Mr. Deputy, is comprehensive, and it represents a major step forward in the protection of Bahamian consumers. In the wake of global inflation crisis, the importance of this legislation cannot be overstated. Consumers are more vulnerable than ever, and it is our duty to shield them from exploitation, deceptive practices, and unfair treatment. The Consumer Protection Bill is not just a piece of legislation. It's a shield that we are wielding to protect the interests of every Bahamian. But the passage of this bill, Mr. Deputy, is only the beginning. The true test of our commitment to consumer protection will be in our implementation and enforcement. I am comforted by the fact that it is a PLP government, the government of the people, that will oversee the enforcement of this legislation. So I stand proudly in support of the Consumer Protection Bill 2023 to safeguard the vulnerable consumers in our society in keeping with the principles and philosophy of the PLP and in alignment with this administration's vision to create a fairer, more prosperous nation. I end today like a good PLP with the words of Proverbs 11:1. The Lord detests dishonest scales, but accurate weights find favor with him. Through this bill before us today, we are ensuring that Bahamian consumers benefit from the scales of justice in the moments when they encounter dishonest business practices. Golden Gate supports this bill.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Honorable Member for Fort Charlotte, are you ready to table the bills or you want to wait? The documents? Not yet. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Fort Charlotte. You can wait? Okay, all right. Okay. As many? The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Central and South Abaco.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. As always, I'm humbly honored to rise in this great house from Central and South Abaco so I could contribute from my constituencies. But first, before we get into this Consumer Protection Bill 2023, I'd like to say how proud I am of the youth parliamentarians that were recently in this same house. Dinero Sampar from Central and South Abaco, Odell Cox Jr. from North Abaco, and Roldan Paul from the Senate. The gentleman from Central South Abaco, he comes from Patrick J. Bethel, which is, when I went there, was Abaco Central High. So he and I are kindred in the schools that we came from, and I'm happy to see that that the young men are utilizing their skills in different ways, and they're coming to debate on important issues as they did. So very proud of them, and looking forward to next year to see what young youth come out. Mr. Deputy, the good man from Killarney may have been a Freudian slip, but he said deliverance. So the past 2 years of this PLP's administration was a deliverance. It was a deliverance from uncertainty. It was a deliverance from many other things that we are currently fixing, currently putting back in order, and moving forward as we should as a Bahamian populace. But deliverance from uncertainty is also this Consumer Protection Bill. So for far too long, Mr. Deputy, for far too long has the purchase of an appliance or maybe a car or something you've been saving up for has been delved in uncertainty. Uncertainty whether you were going to take it home and it would break down because the warranty was no good. Uncertainty whether that was refurbished and you didn't know. Uncertainty whether that was a product from 5 years ago when the new stuff had come out last year with a lot of intricacies that may have been fixed. So it's a deliverance from uncertainty. This Consumer Protection Bill is moving our country forward. And it goes along the line of many of the legislative amendments that we make. It's not only to protect, but it's to build and elevate a country in a whole. The uncertainty of knowing if your rice is half plastic, how do we know? The uncertainty of hiring a contractor that may be excellent in small home repairs, but not so good at building a house from ground up. This bill protects us, protects the Bahamian people from these uncertainties. Not only that, but it empowers the minister to say, if there is a product that is detrimental to the Bahamian populace, that he can stop it from being imported within this country. See, we're elevating ourselves as a nation. We're progressing. We're delivering from uncertainty as we've had in the past, but the bill speaks to many of the services that we need today. It reminds me of a gentleman that took great, that hired somebody to help them with their bookkeeping for their company. And come to find out that the first few years was great. And then come to find out that books were being cooked and there was money missing, and very much the service was not being provided as described. This bill speaks to things like that. This description of the service that you're paying for. If you're giving a deposit and a known timeline of when that service should start, whether it be building a home, fixing something, or helping with consultancy to build a business, you should have certainty to know that your deposit will be used for what it's being described for. So this bill is a deliverance from many uncertainties in the consumer affairs market, which we are all consumers. But we also have consumers from abroad, our friends from abroad that come here and spend time of our country. It hurts me when I see planes, loads of consumer products being purchased outside our country instead of through the mom and pop stores and electronic stores and all the other Bahamian-owned stores that we have here, just because they were uncertain if that product was the newest product, if that product was correct, if that product would hold the warranty. I hope that this gives some certainty to those consumers to say that you can buy Bahamian, come use our stores. Let's move the money through our economy and know that the product that you're getting, whether it be a stove, whether it be a TV, a cell phone, or a pencil, is of good quality. So when I say deliverance from uncertainty, this bill does that. And it's a part of the elevation of this country in a whole. Consumer protection goes beyond just the products that we may use, but it's also the products that our children, our infants, there's many times where there is a recall on baby food, yet we still have it on our store shelves. This is not right. This bill speaks to that, speaks to preventing that. We cannot have products on our shelves that aren't described as so, with the multitude of issues going on in our world and the scarcity of some foods and some products. We have to know, to be sure that our money is being spent well and on the product as described. It's not just things that we hold in our hand, but it's things that we consume, and it's services that we rely so much on, from insurances to banking to every aspect of our lives revolves around some kind of consumer product, whether it be tangible or not, and the protection of us is most important. This bill brings us to a leveling on countries that have already developed these kind of protections it shows that this Davis administration is not only looking for the benefit of Bahamians as a whole, but the elevation of our country in international standards. So I don't want to say too much on it. A lot of my colleagues will go into technicalities, but just know that after this bill is passed and the enforcement unit takes hold, those baby foods that may have been recalled will not be on the shelves. And if they are, there are consequences for it. That service provider that was supposed to help you renovate or put an extension on your house and never showed up after you gave them a deposit a year later, there are consequences for that. The protection of the everyday Bahamian consumer and our foreign friends alike that live here is instrumental in boosting and growing our economy. They will be given more certainty to purchase Bahamian in our shops, in our economy, and have small mom and pop businesses grow to medium and then large enterprises right here in the Bahamas. But this is particularly important for my fellow Abaconians, where our products in the stores are still shipped on one ship from the U.S., just like Nassau, yet a package of boneless chicken breasts, $4 and something cents in Nassau, is nearly $8 in Abaco. How is this right? The protection of our consumers is important across our nation, not only in New Providence, in Abaco, in Cat Island, in Exuma, in Acklands, wherever you may be. We want to make sure that your money goes further and for the right products, and knowing what you have purchased. So Central and South Abaco support the Consumer Protection Bill of 2023. Deputy Speaker, God bless the people of the Bahamas, and God bless this good house.
Thank you, Honourable Member. As many. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for guidance.
I rise today on behalf of the remarkable, resilient people of Garden Hills, whom I have the honor to represent in these hallowed halls. I count it a privilege and indeed an honor to be their humble servant leader. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I take this opportunity to wish all of those in my constituency who celebrates a birthday today, happy birthday. I also take this opportunity to wish and also extend condolences to the family of the late Kervin Morley Sr. and all of those within the Gardeners constituency whom have lost a loved one, and indeed the entire Bahamas. And all of the faithfully departed, may their souls rest in peace. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I wear a white ribbon today. Today is White Ribbon Day, and that stands for never taking part in conducting or staying silent about violence against women and children. And the Bahamas Crisis Center goes on this theme: my strength is not for hurting, meaning that we who are men, strength is not for hurting, but uplifting the children and women within our nation. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I also would like to, along with my colleague from Golden Gates, celebrate National Public Service Week. And I am sure members in this House agree with me in wishing all public workers throughout the Bahamas a happy Public Service Week. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I also take this opportunity to publicly congratulate the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture Employee of the Year Mrs. Kelly Brackway for a job well done. And I want all engagement levels. I intend to show up because she should get the overall prize. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I stand today in support of the Consumer Protection Bill 2023. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the consumer protection is of the utmost importance in a society where profits can sometimes be of more importance than doing what is right. The government must step in and protect the most vulnerable people in our population, particularly the poor, the elderly, and the young people. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this bill seeks to strengthen consumer affairs and consumer protection in the Bahamas. It will allow the dangerous and faulty products to be recalled and banned. It will protect consumers' rights to be refunded. It will protect consumers from buying damaged goods and from unfair business practices such as bait, advertising, and pyramid schemes. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this bill is tougher and supports a zero-tolerance approach to unfair and unethical practices that harm the people. With this bill, we will foster a healthier market environment for all by effectively and efficiently responding to the challenges that arise in the marketplace. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this legislation is an indication that this administration is committed to ensuring that there is an increase in consumer protection and legal remedy for every Bahamian that is affected by bad trade practices. For far too long, we have heard people say nothing will happen whenever they encounter an issue with buying products and services. For far too long, Bahamians have been quiet while some businesses profit. For far too long, the rights of the consumer have not been adequately protected. Well, Mr. Deputy Speaker, this New Day government is committed to fighting for the rights of Bahamians, and bad businesses must stop, and must stop now. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this government did not say it's the people time and then make washing machine duty-free. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we said it's a new day, and indeed it's a new day as we deliver more protection for the Bahamian people. Indeed, it's a new day as we put the needs of the people of this country first. The concept of fairness, equity, competition are not new concepts. The current Consumer Protection Act has been the foundation of ensuring the safety and integrity in the Bahamas. Now, with advance in technology, globalization, and new markets, the time is now to protect Bahamians from new threats, and this government is committed to doing just that. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this bill seeks to provide a framework for the lodging of consumer complaints and investigations. These matters will be investigated by the Consumer Protection Commission with the results and advisories to follow as necessary. These results and advisories, Mr. Deputy Speaker, will keep the public informed to prevent others from being disadvantaged. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is an important and critical mechanism needed in order to provide this legislation with the teeth it so vitally needs in order for the powers of this commission to be effective. This is about ensuring that consumers can shop with confidence. This is about ensuring that businesses are accountable and transparent about their products and services. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is about uplifting the Bahamian people. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this Consumer Protection Bill will ensure that consumers are properly informed so that they can make decisions that will benefit them. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as a sports person, I can tell you that this is critical for athletes to monitor what they eat and drink. This legislation will ensure that Bahamians are provided with vital information, not just about food, but all products that will enable them to make informed choices. Mr. Deputy Speaker, information about the products we consume will provide consumers with critical information that will inform them of the dangerous and potential risk of what they are eating and allow them to make informed decisions that will hopefully lead to a healthier lifestyle. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I wish to commend the Consumer Protection Commission for their work in formulating and implementing standards, collecting, compiling, analyzing, and publishing critical information, and implementing educational programs, all in an effort to foster greater protection for the Bahamian people. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as I take my seat, I wish once again to thank the remarkable and resilient people of Garden Hills for affording me this opportunity to bear their voice in this place. This Consumer Protection Bill 2023 is much needed piece of legislation that will aid in protecting our citizens and ensure that all Bahamians have access to safe and equality goods and services. This bill further strengthens the efforts of the government in creating equitable and prosperous Bahamians for all. Mr. Deputy Speaker, Garden Hills supports this bill.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many? Golden Isles. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Fort Charlotte. Go ahead. Okay. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Golden Isles.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I just wish to join my voice to the chorus. And for Charlotte, I shall be brief. As usual, I wish to thank Almighty God for this opportunity, and I dare not take this for granted. And I thank the people He has favored me to represent for this season, people of the great Golden Isles constituency. As I always say, God is good. Mr. Speaker, the Bible contains a prohibition against fraudulent pricing or overreaching. It says, and I quote, "And if you sell anything to your neighbor or buy of your neighbor's hand, you shall not wrong one another. According to the number of years after the Jubilee shall you buy of your neighbor, and according to the number of years of the crops he shall sell to you. According to the multitude of the years shall you increase the price thereof, and according to the fewness of the years you shall diminish the price thereof." Boy, if I was in church now, I'd say, I'd just say, can I get some witnesses? It says, "For a number of crops does he sell to you, and you shall not wrong one another, but you shall fear your God." It says, "For I am the Lord your God." Extracted from the book of Leviticus, the 25th chapter, verses 14 to 17. It indicates that from ancient times, governments have found it necessary to protect consumers from unscrupulous sellers of goods and services. The notion of protection, the notion of consumer protection, has been known in human societies as I stated, since ancient times. Its historical importance is due to the consumer's need for protection. However, such protection has varied according to the social, the political, and economic factors of each particular region and era. After World War II in recent times and the ensuing economic crises, countries acted to develop procedures and laws in favor of consumer protection. Consumers are continually in need of a variety of products and services for their daily lives. To acquire these goods, consumers need protection both locally and globally. The importance of providing consumer protection stems from the fact that the consumer represents the weaker party in the contractual process. In fact, the desire for quick profits has led many business owners, producers, and service providers to adopt illegal methods using various fraudulent and deceptive mechanisms. While it is true that not every merchant or businessman is dishonest, it is the duty of government to anticipate fraudulent, crooked, nefarious practices and to wage war against those providers in the economy who would seek to cheat and steal in their attempts to gain a profit. So, this consumer protection bill that's before us is a conscious effort on the part of the government, not merely to frown on dishonest practices in the marketplace, but to actually also punish those sellers who seek to defraud consumers. Fraudulent practices in the marketplace results in a dysfunctional society where inflation is rampant, where the few are enriched and the many are impoverished, and where the seeds of discontentment and social and political disorder spring up and can possibly thrive. Just as the sovereign citizen is guaranteed fundamental rights and freedoms under the Constitution, this consumer protection bill seeks to enshrine certain fundamental rights of the sovereign consumer. The provisions of this bill digs deep into the activities of buying and selling in a modern Bahamas in this 21st century, and to seek to unearth and to penalize dishonesty across the spectrum of national commerce. This is not the first attempt to protect consumers by legislation, I might add. The Progressive Liberal Party, yes, the PLP, is on record as being the government always concerned about the well-being of Bahamian consumers, especially the poor, the oppressed, the locked out, the marginalized, and the struggling, from Grand Bahama in the north to Inagua in the south. The PLP is still the party for man. Laws, regulations have always been enacted by this Parliament for this purpose, but it is worthy of note and praise that this progressive government, under the visionary leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, recognizes that in this, the 23rd year of the 21st century, the economy has grown and developed in such a manner and to such an extent since 2006 that a new look has to be taken of the national marketplace to deal with new challenges, with new goods, new services, and the new practices that have evolved and emerged over the years. Hence the need to repeal its own Consumer Protection Act of 2006 and promulgate a new and upgraded Consumer Protection Act 2023. It is a natural progression as we diligently seek to build a society characterized by fair and equitable practices. Mr. Speaker, I told you I'd be brief. As I now progress to my close, it is a commendable piece of legislation, comprehensive in nature, and which, when fully implemented, would lead to the greatest degree of consumer protection and satisfaction possible. Emphasis must be placed on full and effective implementation of the provisions of this bill, because for far too long, as Garden Hills alluded to earlier, the term consumer protection has been a catchphrase in our society rather than a mandated way of life. And in the lull and laxity of implementation over the years, unfair advantage has been taken of Bahamians, whether they were borrowing money, acquiring land, purchasing a vehicle, buying grits, or procuring a bottle of water. Too many Bahamians have been taken advantage of. Well, the tabling of this bill signals that a new day for the Bahamian consumer is at hand. The provisions fill in a number of gaps and close a number of loopholes that deny the Bahamian consumer the widest possible protection against undesirable practices in the marketplace, and provide for the right of the consumer to a wide array of information about any and all products being traded in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas in our economy. This piece of legislation is but the beginning. The enforcement must come, and I dare say, let the chips fall where they may. Golden Isle supports this bill. May Almighty God, Yahweh Elohim, continue to bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas and make the wealth common. Hotep.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many, the chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Fort Charlotte.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, I'm always privileged to follow the honorable member of Golden Isles because I think we share the same historical analysis of the social, political, and economic history of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. But before I give my presentation, Mr. Deputy, I wish to lay on the table, as I had undertaken today, two documents. One is a press release issued by BPL, and this was issued on the 7th of February 2023. And the second, Mr. Deputy, is a press release issued by BPL on October 5th of 2022. And of course, the corporation, which has a board and does not act under the specific or general direction of the minister, speak for itself on the issue which have arisen in this honorable house today.
Will the documents be brought up?
Mr. Deputy, the community of Fort Charlotte is mourning.
Order the documents to lie on the table.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. The community of Fort Charlotte, specifically Infant View Road, is mourning the loss of a matriarch, and that's Mrs. Patricia Curry. And I want to express my own personal debt of gratitude to Mrs. Curry and her late husband, Mr. Peter Curry, because, Mr. Deputy, I, in 2002, was a rookie frontline contestant, and it was Mr. Peter Curry who took me under his wings and into the community of Chippingham. And of course, both he and his wife were stalwart councillors of the Progressive Liberal Party. And they had, in the 70s with Mr. Valentine Grimes, they and others sold conch fritters and fried fish and really went out and raised the money to buy the Fort Charlotte Community Center on Boyd Road. In a real sense, Mr. Deputy, they laid the path for us. They cut the bush for us. And I've tried as best I could with the Buffalo Soldiers in Fort Charlotte. We have kept that community center going for the past 23 years. And it is for the vision and work of Patricia Curry, Mr. Peter Curry, and so many others who had the vision to serve the community and laid such a rich example for us. I also want to thank Mr. Deputy, a civil servant who is here with us. And I know mention have been made of her family members, but I want to speak about her. That is Mrs. Shami Farrington Austin, because I have witnessed, Mr. Deputy, her service to this country as Data Protection Commissioner, and now with her colleagues who are here, with the Price Commission, controlling the essential things that we need to live and ensuring that there is fairness in the marketplace. I also want to say thank you to the colleagues within the ministry. That is the board, the chairman, Mr. Philip McKenzie, and the board of NIB, the executive team at NIB, the two unions at NIB, Mr. Munnings, the president of the managers union, and Ms. Vanderbilt, the president of the public workers union at NIB. And I also want to say thank you to the PS, Cecilia Strawn, and Undersecretary Sharon Pratt-Roll, and the acting director, Mr. Pratt, because over these past 4 weeks, I have been meeting the frontline soldiers of the Department of Immigration. And I want to say to Mr. Thurston in Abaco, Ms. Greta Knowles in Grand Bahama, that is the chief immigration officers and those two, as well as Emma Dawkins. And I spoke about this Buffalo soldier because she is a Buffalo soldier. In the aftermath of Hurricane Dorian, living in the office, sleeping on the floor, and using a bucket to bathe her skin every morning. And at 9 o'clock was at her desk serving the people of Abaco. And I want to say to Cheryl Ramming, also NIB in Grand Bahama, I'm meeting these extraordinary public officers who we don't hear them being mentioned often, but they are the ones that enable governance, audit, society, and service, public service. Mr. Deputy, today we are fulfilling a promise because we have a social contract that was formed between the Progressive Liberal Party and the electors, our boss, the constituents in our respective constituencies. We presented them with the blueprint for change, and they were persuaded. And a contract was formed, Mr. Deputy. I call it a social contract. And in this contract, we said that we will rescue the economy. Yes. And in page 20, we say we will strengthen price control department and legislate to provide greater consumer protection. This is the purpose of our meeting today, is to enact a bill that will provide greater consumer protection. And I just want to follow on the lead of Garden Hills, because what we are engaged in, Mr. Deputy, is what I call balancing the power. Balancing the power. This is what the Progressive Liberal Party had to do for workers. Because, Mr. Deputy, you know, sometimes they used to pay the Bahamian worker not with currency, but with food and cloth and products and so on. And it has been a long struggle from Burma Road, where you're doing the same work, but white workers out of Florida doing the same work, but getting paid twice. That is the origin of the general strike. That is the origin of the Industrial Relations Act, and ultimately today, the Labor Act. In other words, Mr. Deputy, balancing the power between the majority, who are workers, who have no accumulated material wealth other than their house and the land, which was often taken from under them by this quieting act. In other words, Mr. Deputy, even when you got the land, it wasn't secure. This is balancing that power. We cannot understand law unless we see the context, the sociology of the society. And today we see an economy where 90% of the products, I would probably 80, I'm guessing, but certainly more than 50% of the products coming into the society are coming through the old channels. That is the merchant elite who have the agencies and who bring in the food. To this day, we still have a duopoly that essentially control food. So for those of us, for the majority, who have no accumulated wealth, who have no dividends coming in, but must rely on that minimum wage, where sometimes for a family of 4, you may end up spending half of your weekly wages on consumables. Mr. Deputy, how do we balance the power? How do we ensure in what is a grossly unfair, a grossly lopsided economic landscape, that those who must go into the store every week and buy what they do not produce in order to consume and continue life. That is what we're talking about, you know, Mr. Deputy. In other words, how do we balance this power? How do we establish fairness? And you know, today we talk about fairness and transparency. That's what we're talking about. Fairness and transparency in the most numerous transactions that take place in the society, in the stores to buy food, in the store to buy, sometimes you can't buy it, Mr. Deputy. You have to buy it piece by piece. You have to buy it on installment. And sometimes, even after you get it in your possession, they may come and take your drawer, your bureau, your bed, your stove, your fridge, if you miss 1 or 2 payments. So every single week, you are on the verge of survival. You may end up with a car, but then you park outside and you go to bed. When you, it's gone, right? It's gone, right? You look in, you call the police, and you know the police will come back and say, well, it was repossessed. In other words, Mr. Deputy, these are real issues for the people we represent. And it is in that context, Mr. Deputy, that the promise that we made is being fulfilled today, and I trust that we will pass this bill so that it will provide greater protection for all of us. All of us. And when we look at the bill, Mr. Deputy, is that we see that it, I heard the honorable member for East Grand Bahama say it's word for word almost as the, okay, you say, huh? Say it has the same provision. But in fairness to the honorable member from East Grand Bahama, he had to concede that it was not identical. And I would like to suggest that the honorable member would also admit that it is an improvement. Okay, all right, so we on the same page. We are on the same page. We are on the same page. But what it does, Mr. Deputy, is that on the issue of standing, it goes further than the existing law. In other words, Mr. Deputy, not only is a person in the Bahamas or even outside of the Bahamas able to make a complaint to the commission, but also, Mr. Deputy, someone who is disabled, and someone who may not be able to provide a written complaint, as the present law requires. They can provide an oral complaint that will be reduced to writing. In other words, what it does, Mr. Deputy, and it also includes if you're dead, your personal representative could also make a complaint. Because what happens if one purchases something, it has a fatal effect? That means that there's no one with locus standi to make a complaint. So your personal representative, Mr. Deputy, can also make a complaint. In other words, expanding the range of situations, what we call the locus standi of a complainant to have the right to make a complaint. And what we see, Mr. Deputy, just as in the case of the Supreme Court, we see that there are safeguards There are safeguards. There are safeguards so that there is, for example, vexatious. If you're talking about good faith, if we are talking about frivolous, if we are talking about, in other words, it's intended to ensure that there is due process. It also gives, before the issuance of a notice, that there be a draft of an order circulated, giving a provider that may be the target of the notice a certain period to make representation. In other words, while it balances the power, it provides fairness both for the consumer, but also for the provider in terms of notice. It also, Mr. Deputy, takes into account the technological revolution that has taken place, advances that have taken place since 2006, that is utilizing the internet, mandating the establishment of a website, which will give a wider span of complainants who are not in New Providence, who are not in the Bahamas or on some of our family islands and keys, the opportunity to engage the process and have their rights addressed. Also, in terms of the process concurrent with the court, its jurisdiction is concurrent. It is not in anticipation of litigation, but it is concurrent. It also, with respect to Article 28 of the Constitution, which says that you must exhaust local remedies before one can invoke the fundamental rights under the Constitution. It gives this forum the right to continue. It also gives the Commission the right to have the assistance of the court in terms of what we call an advisory opinion from the court. If there is an issue that needs, the Commission needs guidance, judicial guidance, it can seek a declaration from the court. So what we see, Mr. Deputy, are all of the safeguards of what we call due process of law. In other words, in our system, the very foundation of things, the right to be heard before a coercive order is given. Well, you know, the thing is this, we are students in this journey, right? and we are learning every day. And what we see, Mr. Deputy, is while it balances the power, while it ensures that those who have historically just had to accept what was given, that it is a contract in the true sense of the word, a contract that has now explicit warranties, warranties of fitness for the purpose, warranty of merchantability. All of these, Mr. Deputy, is what a lot of people have to go to court and they have to argue implied warranties. We see here for the consumer express warranties that one can rely on, and we see that there be truth in representation, truth in advertising, and remedies for material misrepresentation, for false advertisement, and so on. So again, Mr. Deputy, balancing the power, ensuring fairness for all sides, and expanding the scope of what I call democratic freedom for the Bahamian people as promised in the Blueprint for Change. Mr. Deputy, it is my pleasure to say that Fort Charlotte supports the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many, the chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Bain and Grantstown.
Good day, Mr. Deputy and honorable members of this great House of Assembly. I wouldn't be long at all, but I thought it was important for me to present on this bill. I am here on the strength of the Almighty God, the author and the finisher of my faith. I am also eternally grateful to the wonderful people of this town. I am continually honored to serve as your Member of Parliament, and with God's help, I will continue to serve to do my best to improve the lives and the living conditions of as many of my constituents as possible. Mr. Deputy, by way of constituency update, and before getting into the meat of my presentation on this much-needed new Consumer Protection Bill 2023, I wanted to make certain that I make certain representation as it relates to the constituency of Baines and Grantstown. In the evening of Tuesday, the 24th October 2023, the branch hosted a grill and chill at the ABC Restaurant and Bar on Hospital Lane to celebrate the opening of the NBA 2023-2024 season. We had a great time, and I thank the constituents and the owners of the bar, Mr. and Mrs. Darrell and Marva Butler, for allowing the branch to host this event at their establishment. We look forward to moving to another location within the constituency as the NBA season progresses. The Deputy, on the 28th of October, I, along with the hard-working members of the Bain and Grantstown branch, were able to engage in a free wash and dry giveaway where constituents were able to win a combination of free wash and dry at Superwash on Nassau Street. I thank the COO, Mr. Strawn, for partnering with the branch. Many persons walked away with winnings. Many persons walked away as winners. Further, let me say, further that same evening, the branch engaged in our annual Halloween sweets and treats giveaway to the children and adults of Bain and Grantstown. We were able to give away more than 1,000 bags of treats as we traversed the streets of Bain and Grantstown on our Halloween decorated truck playing Thriller by Michael Jackson and other Halloween music. Mr. Deputy, on the 29th of October, as a component of our Bain and Grantstown church program, the branch visited the Church of God of Prophecy on Augusta and Cambridge Streets, where we worship with Senior Pastor Stewart and his congregation. Thank you, Pastor Stewart, for the word and for your prayers. Lastly, by update, Mr. Deputy, on Tuesday, the 1st of November, today, I was pleased to participate in the General Student Assembly at C.R. Walker Senior High School, where I was able to donate 20 laptop devices for the computer rooms. I also made a donation to Mrs. Grant, the head of the cosmetology department, to aid in their work. I want to say thank you to the Securities Commission for their acceptance of my ask and facilitate the donations made this morning. These will go a long way for our students in learning. Thank you to Principal Fox, teachers, students, the school board, and the C.R. Walker community at large for your continued cooperation. Mr. Deputy, I am proud of this bill, considering that this is another great piece of legislation emanating from the Ministry of Economic Affairs, led by the Senator, the Honorable Michael Peters, Minister of Economic Affairs. We will hear more intricate details of this bill from him when he presents in the Senate. But it would be remiss of me if I don't acknowledge the Executive Chairman, Mr. Charmaine Farrington Austin, and the wonderful staff of the Consumer Protections Commission sitting here in the gallery today. CPC number one. Thank you, Ms. Austin. Mr. Deputy, I rise in support of this new Consumer Protection Bill 2023. As the member for Bain and Grandstand, I can say that my constituents welcome this bill. This is important for us. This government and our blueprint for change promised consumer protection legislation. Today represents another fulfillment of a campaign commitment made by this New Day administration. Consumer protection is indeed important for both the providers and the consumers. Consumer protection laws are made to protect one from fraudulent practices, defective products, and dangerous goods and services. Consumers need to be able to articulate and obtain accurate, unbiased information about products and services they purchase. This will enable them to make best choices possible and affordable. This bill prevents one from being mistreated or misled by providers. Consumer protection laws, policies, and regulations help to increase consumer welfare by ensuring that businesses be held accountable. No longer can a provider or a business sell a product and not be held accountable based on its fit-for-purpose operation. In other words, if you sell it and it's faulty, a refund is due to the buyer. Mr. Deputy, I profess that businesses that know how to treat consumers fairly will gain a reputation and become sought after. This increases the profitability and competitiveness, which will also lead to economic growth in the long term. Consumer protection contributes to dynamic, effective markets for providers to grow. Our consumers demand innovation, economic development, as providers are required to maintain fair prices and good quality of their products and services. As for the cities, it is important to ensure that consumers in these communities are not taken advantage of by businesses and providers. The inner cities are often associated with unsatisfactory environments and conditions. Therefore, it is important to have a consumer protection policies in place that can help prevent from exploitation and exploiting our vulnerable populations. Mr. Deputy, I want you to listen to this because I think this is very important. What we are doing here today is not considered specific to the Bahamas, but the United Nations Guidelines for Consumer Protection states, and I quote, members should provide adequate infrastructure to develop, implement, and monitor consumer protection policies. Special care should be taken to ensure that measures for consumer protection are implemented for the benefits of all sectors of the population, particularly the rural population and people living in poverty. End quote. I want to bring it back to home. Mr. Deputy, there are many mom and pop stores in the Bain and Grandstand constituency. I'm very cognizant of the fact that these businesses also need to thrive and make a living, but not at the peril of our inner city consumers. This new consumer protection bill is about improving the lives of ordinary consumers, while also ensuring that the businesses thrive. My constituents in Bain and Grandstand, we welcome this bill. We say thank you to the Prime Minister and this New Day administration. Mr. Sylvia Wallace White of Sylvia Wallace Convenience Store on Finlayson Street, T. Sean's Convenience Store on Hospital Lane, and Miller's Convenience Store on Ferguson Street, and many others appreciate this bill and what it means for their small businesses, as larger providers can no longer take advantage without just and reasonable cause. Mr. Deputy, while we welcome this upgraded and improved Consumer Protection Bill 2023, we must also accept that we must provide national training and education so that consumers throughout the length and breadth of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas will understand their rights as consumers. We must break it down in simple, plain, and layman's language. The constituents of our inner cities, communities, must understand that this government cares. This government is about the small man today. And Mr. Deputy, we are not leaving them until our next term in office. We're addressing their needs now. Yes. We are dealing with the plights of our small man today, not tomorrow. Mr. Deputy, Section H of the bill allows the Consumer Protection Commission to implement educational programs for the benefit of consumers and providers. And as a Member of Parliament for the Bain and Grandstand constituency, I look forward to these educational programs being conducted throughout my constituency and again throughout the Bahamas at large. It is vital that the consumers understand their rights. The rights to safety, the right to be informed, the right to be heard, the right to redress, the right to consumer education, the right to a healthy environment, and the right to basic needs. Many of my constituents, Mr. Deputy, want to know, can they receive a refund for damaged goods? Are they entitled to a cash refund? And the answer is yes. Thank you very much. Section 35 and 36 of this bill enables consumers to receive refund in the same manner as payments have been rendered. Mr. Deputy, Bain and Grandstand consumers welcome this legislation that will assist with dealing with consumer complaints. Too often, they have to go through the courts process to receive some form of redress or satisfaction. These processes can take a very, very long time, and in many cases can cause overload to our already overburdened judicial system. I am happy to say that this bill allows the Consumer Protection Commission to hear, to settle, and to resolve consumer complaints. And again, my constituents in Bain and Grandstand, we can't afford no lawyer. So we appreciate this portion of the bill that gives us the ability to receive some form of redress, satisfaction, and benefit. The Consumer Protection Commission can negotiate and provide alternative dispute resolution. As our Prime Minister would have said it, consumer protection isn't just about trade. It's about the people. It's about building a nation where everyone, regardless of their social or economic standing, can confidently participate in a fair marketplace. Oftentimes, the consumers in the over-the-hill communities in our country are overlooked. They are often exploited by unscrupulous and unfair business practices, and this must stop. This government cares and has provided a modern consumer protection bill that will protect our consumers from exploitation. This new bill under Part 8 would protect the consumer from unfair trade practices. And Mr. Deputy, under Section 42, 43, 44, and 45, no longer will providers be able to deceive consumers into purchasing goods and services, misleading the public as to the nature of the goods and services, falsely accepting payments, and making false or misleading representations. Those days are gone, and this new day administration, Mr. Deputy, made it possible. Further, studies done by Child Race Clause concluded that the consumer empowerment is influenced by income. Poverty contributes to a low consumer empowerment. Younger consumers are more skilled and aware, and they are more involved than older consumers. By way of information, the older consumers have a difficulty in terms of access to information, choices, ease of purchasing, and problem resolution. This member remains concerned about the elders and elder consumers in our constituency, especially in Bains and Grandstand. Therefore, I am pleased that this government has brought to this honorable House a comprehensive consumer protection bill that is inclusive to all. Every consumer should have access to quality goods and services at a fair price. I recognize that in order for us to protect the Bahamian consumer, there must be buy-in from all stakeholders. And Mr. Deputy, we should all care about our Bahamian consumers. This bill, I will submit, should receive unanimous support from government as well as the opposition. We should all want to see our consumers protected. I wish to commend this Davis administration for having the willpower and the intestinal fortitude to bring this bill to Parliament and upgrade it on an improved Consumer Protection Bill 2023. It is my conviction that this bill will modernize how consumers and providers do business in our country. And as our Prime Minister again said, it will create an environment where businesses thrive on the principles of fair competition and customer satisfaction. I end. But I say again, the people and the businesses in the Baines and Grandstown constituency, we support this bill. God bless, and God bless this wonderful nation called the Bahamas. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many, the chair recognizes the Honorable Member for South Beach.
Good afternoon, Mr. Deputy. Thank you for recognizing me. Mr. Deputy, I will truly be brief. I will truly not be long with you today. I don't want to use the word brief because clearly for Charlotte, Marathon, Golden Isles, Bain and Grandstown, they understand that brief is a relative term. I want to recognize, Mr. Deputy, before I begin, like my colleagues, the presence of the Consumer Protection Commission and its Executive Director, Ms. Shami, who has been here all day. All day. This truly speaks to our understanding and a level of commitment to duty. Before I begin, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to offer some condolences to the family of Ms. Irene Williams of Marshall Road in the South Beach constituency on the passing of Ms. Williams. I want to just say to the family that the entire constituency mourns with them and that they have our prayers as they go through this time of testing and bereavement. But Mr. Deputy Speaker, I thank you for allowing me once more to come into this place and have the people's views added and the people's voice heard. I also thank, as I normally do, my God, who, Mr. Deputy, is my consistent source of strength, my Kimberly, who is my endless source of support and comfort on this journey, and I thank the people of South Beach who have sent me here to represent them and their interests. I thank the team that worked with me in South Beach, and all persons that send their prayers and favors daily. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Consumer Protection Bill 2023 is one that causes me to be truly or overflowing joy. I am impressed with the span of influence that this bill has. So impressed that I almost borrowed a page from the perceived opposition's handbook. That is to come in this place and speak without actually having read documents. To come in this place and to talk about BPL and potholes and crime, none of which have anything to do with the bill before us today. But Mr. Deputy, the title was sufficient enough to make me excited about what we are doing with this or in this administration. Consumer protection, Mr. Deputy, is something that is always needed as a civilized society in order to ensure quality control. More than that, Mr. Deputy, it is necessary in order to ensure that the people that move and operate in our society get absolute best in products and services while confidently knowing that state agencies are watching, regulating, and adjusting where necessary. To prove, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that I have in fact read the document, I wish to just point out several portions of the proposed bill that are immediately important and prominent for me. The part that I like most is Part 4 of the Act, which talks about the minister's right to restrict. Part 4, 19(1)(a), says the minister may prohibit the importation or exportation of any goods or any class of goods for or to any country. Part 4, 19(1)(c) goes further and says the minister may regulate the distribution, purchase, or sale of any good or any class of goods. Why, Mr. Deputy Speaker, you may ask, that this stands out particularly in my mind? It's because, Mr. Deputy, no matter how much we regulate weighing procedures, no matter how much we regulate item labeling, recall processes, or receipt processes, we must have as our specific attention the quality of the products that we expose to the world through exportation. But more importantly, Mr. Deputy, the quality of the products we expose to the Bahamas through importation. Why? The reason is simple. Money is becoming increasingly harder to make. And as a result of this, we here in this place must pass necessary legislation to ensure that those persons out there feel that we in here feel exactly what they feel. They must know that we feel their pain. We must also ensure that they, when they spend that money that is increasingly becoming harder to make, it isn't on imported garbage. While we have local manufacturers who can triple the quality at reasonable prices. For example, Mr. Deputy, no one can convince me that we need to keep importing drinking water into this country at the levels and quantities that we do. No one can convince me that we need to continue to import drinking water into this country at the levels and quantities that we do. I mean, we get the 4 count, 25 count, the 10 count, and we have local manufacturing companies that, in my opinion, able to provide triple the quality at reasonable prices. I mean, we got company over there, and the other one over there, a couple other Bahamian companies can provide the same service. I definitely will implore the minister to start his redress there. But I don't want to digress. Bahamian money should stay in the Bahamas on Bahamian products as often as possible. The best way to achieve this, in my view, is for us to deliberately go about doing all that we can to ensure every dollar that goes into the hand of the average Bahamian is stretched a little further. And I believe that is what this bill seeks to do. Again, Mr. Deputy, the name of this bill, the Consumer Protection 2023, tells you what we set about to do. The reason I am happy to support this bill is because I see what it is trying to achieve. And Mr. Deputy, that is the improvement of the quality of life for all. Mr. Deputy, the other portion of the bill that stands out as a favorite of mine is Part 6, Section 35(1), which says, where a consumer purchases goods, which, in accordance with Section 39 and 40 of this Act, are eligible for refund, the provider must inform the consumer that he is entitled to a refund and the circumstances in which a refund shall be granted. Further to that, Part 7, Section 39(2) says, the provider shall offer to the consumer, in exchange for the refunded good, a refund of the money paid to the provider of the goods. Again, Mr. Deputy, these are immediate favorites of mine. And if I am not mistaken, if I do not misunderstand. It is the goal of this bill to assist in preventing providers from holding consumers financially hostage by what I believe to be useless store credits. Oh, you can't get cash back, I'll give you credit. Credit for what? Your things ain't no good. Mr. Deputy, I am happy for any regulation, any policy, any bill or act that causes Bahamians or that causes money to find its way back to Bahamians, particularly in the instances where they received unsatisfactory products or services. And again, Mr. Deputy, if my understanding is clear, this bill seeks to do just that. And because of that, Mr. Deputy, I must ask who among us in this place does not mutually support this position? Mr. Deputy, this is why South Beach is supporting the Consumer Protection Bill 2023. And I invite all of us in here to do so. This is why I continue to support the Davis administration. And quite frankly, Mr. Deputy, I invite all of us in this place to do so. May God continue to bless this house, Mr. Deputy, and the patrons therein. May God continue to bless the people of the Bahamas. Indeed, the people of South Beach. Yes. South Beach supports, South Beach rests. Thank you, Mr. Deputy.
Honorable member. Yeah. As many? You start the clock, Mr. Force. You start the clock. The chair recognizes the honorable member for St. Barnabas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'm going to borrow a line from my good brother and friend and colleague, South Beach, and to say that I don't intend to be long. I intend to be very brief. Be long. Well, the bishop is with me on taking VAT off of bread basket items. Yeah, that's fine. I actually agree with that. Mr. Deputy, it is a privilege for me to rise again. I'm just grateful to Almighty God for allowing me to see another day above ground. Grateful to be a citizen of what I continue to believe is the greatest nation on earth. Not the greatest little nation, but the greatest nation on earth, and remain just grateful to the constituents of St. Barnabas for their constant support and giving me the honor to serve them for now a consecutive term. Mr. Deputy, the Consumer Protection Bill is a very important bill. Mr. Deputy, as a number of my colleagues will have stated so far for the day. And I think that it is important. About 10 years ago, I was enrolled in the University of London's external law program and had a lot of discussions with a lot of legal minds and others about the application of law and all of the things, fundamental things that you learn in that first year, if you will, of any law study. And I remember a conversation, and there's variations of what I'm about to say. But what was said to me was that, a law is only as good as your ability to enforce it. And the only reason I've mentioned up front, Mr. Deputy, is because while the bill is a very good bill, a very important bill for the Bahamian people, I would hope, as I'm sure all of us hope, the parts of the bill in terms of enforcing the law, the investigative part of the bill, the enforcement part of the bill, and many other bills that come into this place, the enforcement aspect of it is so important. And I think that one of the things we have to do a better job of is, except for the initial rollout of these pieces of legislation, to make, in this case, Bahamian consumers aware of their rights. I'm sure, how many times have we been in conversations, Mr. Deputy, where frankly, if you didn't go to a lawyer, who would probably tell you, you know what, hey, that violates your right as a consumer, you probably would not know. And that's okay too, and that's why you have attorneys. But just making, particularly these bills that protects consumers, because even on our journey to diversify our economy, we are a consumption society. We are a consumption society, and because we are a consumption society, it is so important that as commerce goes throughout the country and we engage in commerce in the country, that the Bahamian people, the regular man on the street, so to speak, is able to appreciate what his rights, his or her rights would be as a consumer. Vitally important. And a lot of times, Mr. Deputy, departments, ministries, like anything connected to the protection of the consumers, it is something, frankly, that doesn't get necessarily the diligence and the focus that it ought to in governments as much, as adequately, I feel, as it should. But, Mr. Deputy, this bill, I believe, is vitally, vitally important. And even as we have this discussion about this consumer protection bill, the larger environment for Bahamian consumers is something that we really need to take a look at, Mr. Deputy. And the truth is, too, one of the biggest providers of services, for example, as we know, is the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, not the PLP, the government, period, the central government. And so when we talk about some of the challenges that consumers have, even with government services, different departments, different ministries, and obviously every government tries to make that process in a particular department or a particular ministry more efficient. I believe, as I'm sure we all can agree, that when it comes to the Bahamian consumer, we must do our endeavor best to engage in necessary reforms in government, in relative ministries, to ensure that the Bahamian people are getting adequate service. We focus so much, because of the importance of tourism in our country, we focus so much on the service that we give the visitor, but we don't focus on the service that we give each other, or the service that, sorry? Right, the public, and the service that we should expect when we pay that dollar, the service we should expect, and the fairness we should expect from retailers and other service providers, and so on, Mr. Deputy. You know, Bahamians, for me, this is very fundamental, and obviously we could have a debate and run long on all aspects and technical aspects of a consumer protection bill. But for me, this is very fundamental in that Bahamians in all aspects expect just to get a fair shake, especially when they are going into their pockets. As difficult as things can be, and as difficult as things are now, Mr. Deputy, where people are counting their pennies. For a number of my constituents in my constituency, you know, every day is a grind. Every day is a grind. And so the luxury of spending loads and loads of money and possibly not allowing yourself to be frustrated by a certain experience as a consumer because you have the time and you have the money to say, you know what, I can deal with that later. For somebody who's less fortunate, they don't have that luxury. And so these type of bills, while it's important for everybody, it's especially important for those persons who don't have the ability to operate on a cycle of influence where they could knock on a door, even at a private establishment where they could knock on the door and say, listen, I had this experience with, your business, there's a problem. Not everybody has that ability. And this protection bill, in theory, gives the Bahamian, the consumer, to have some recourse. But I emphasize again, as much as the ability to seek recourse and to get recourse is important, we have to ensure that where there'd be the ability to get a refund, to make sure that it's done in an adequate way, ensure that the arms of the government that's responsible for consumer protection, like the persons who are here today, that they are adequately resourced in every which way, to not play politics with it, but to make sure, because at the end of the day, this is about Bahamian way of life and what Bahamians would be experiencing as they take part in the Bahamian economy, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, you know, I've gone through the field, and I guess if there's one thing I would just like to point out, because obviously I think we've said in here a number of times that a bill can always be better. We know that a bill can always be better. And so as we move along, Mr. Deputy, and I believe that the member for East Bahama actually talked about some aspect of it in terms of making sure we run parallel with the spirit of the bill, keeping up with changes in technology and how goods and services are provided through, you know, platforms and otherwise. Because if we go with that, then the bill is going to fall short and in many cases be obsolete if we don't move along with the technological advances that allows consumers, Bahamian consumers, to do business here in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas or internationally, Mr. Deputy. So that's just one thing in particular that, you know, I would wish for us to keep in mind as we try to make these bills better, even in the moment or at another opportunity, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, the good member for South Beach, you know, he talked about the fact that you don't know why we were talking about BPL and potholes and crime. How is that related to the bill? You know, but I think that though he didn't, I think he was being sincere, but I think he would have missed the mark in the fact that consumers are dealing with high electricity costs. I mean, a tremendous burden. Bahamians don't feel as though they're getting proper services from BPL. I'm not talking about the issue that is rampant here in Parliament about who's responsible. I'm talking about just even on a normal day, the services that people get from BPL, they feel that it's inadequate, and they don't feel that that they, in some cases, have been properly compensated. I know that the member for South Beach, who I know very well and worked at BC at the time of BPL, would have spoken about the avenues that consumers have relative to being compensated for, you know, for appliances or otherwise that would have been destroyed because of surges and so forth. You know, I mentioned on Monday when we were debating the resolution that I was in Eleuthera this weekend to attend a funeral in Hatchet Bay, and I mean, it was unbelievable how many times the electricity went off in Eleuthera. And that right there is not a political statement. That's a reality of what the people, the residents of Eleuthera, be it PLP or FNM, what they're dealing with on the island of Eleuthera. And even the grocery store owners are complaining because of what it may do or what it has done to some of their products and so forth. And so that is, you know, that is real. This is an important bill. This is a very important bill. But even prior to this bill coming to Parliament, there are things every day that the Bahamian consumer, Bahamian people are contending with in terms of their expectations, all right? I mean, the biggest aspect, obviously, we're talking about Bahamian people who pay tax, pay their monies, right? They pay their taxes, and they expect as citizens, right, to get a certain level of service, from governments. And I'm not talking now about a political statement again. I'm talking about governments, period, regardless of Free National Movement or Progressive Liberal Party. Fundamentally, the Bahamian people should expect that the fact that they take monies out of their pocket to pay their taxes, or when you pay to renew your driver's license or whatever government is, they expect government to respond adequately to what their monies have been paid for, whether it be keeping the street lights on, whether it be fixing the roads, even something we take for granted, even on waiting on a line to get some kind of government service, and the way and what that experience is when you walk into a government building, that type of experience, all that connects to how the Bahamian consumer feels, Mr. Deputy. And so for me, again, very important bill, but I think it's so important for us to step back and go to 50,000 feet and to think about all of the ways on a daily basis that the Bahamian consumer, that the Bahamian people are being affected. I talked about on Monday. Oh, sorry. How much time, man? 10? Much as you want. 10 minutes? Yeah. Yeah? I can be finished on, man. Huh? I can be finished on. That'll be 30 minutes if I go in 10 minutes? No, I ain't got 10 minutes, man. I promise my God. I would say, I promise my God. No, I'm just joking. I just joking. No, man, I'm just joking. I'm just joking, bro. I'm joking. You here, so I at least can talk. Because I don't waste your time talking. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's good to have you back, Madam Speaker. My good cousin. Plenty, you know. Long Island, Acklands. Madam Speaker, thank you very much. I was mentioning before I sat, Madam Speaker, talking about this very important idea, not idea, but this very important point of the Bahamian consumer, and while this bill is specific to certain aspects of Bahamian consumers' experience in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, it is a reminder of what they face every day. I talked about on Monday in that debate the fact that, for example, at road traffic at Fort Charlotte and Carmichael, and how they remain cashless, and the fact that you only can go to the stadium and use legal tender. And I believe, again, that's something that the Bahamian consumer has been talking about. The fact is that legal tender should not be refused in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Legal tender shouldn't be refused. And, sorry? No. What I'm saying, yeah, you can go to the stadium, but even that honorable member, some practical disadvantage, because if the only place you could go to the stadium, the only place you could pay cash is to go to the stadium, all right? Now you have influx of people going to the stadium. That's going to make down there very congested, as it does. So my point is that what is efficient for the Bahamian consumer, is the fact that if you could go to Fort Charlotte, road traffic, and if you want to use cash, use cash. If you want to go to Carmichael, do the same thing, not to limit. I understand what you're saying. There's an option. The point is, I'm saying, is not to limit people, not to limit the Bahamian consumer and say you have to go to the stadium if you have cash, because there are a lot of people, they're not using debit cards. Now, someone had mentioned, a colleague had mentioned, possibly you could have one of those. Somebody came up with the idea, you could have one of those machines, those card machines. I don't know if it was you, member for Yamakro, but they mentioned that that's maybe a business venture for somebody. But government should be in the business of making things better, easier for the Bahamian consumer, because we know the difficulties in operating a bank account for some. you know, and how the banks don't make it easy with all the fees and so on. And for some people, it's not advantageous to have a debit card. Actually, it's a disadvantage to have a debit card. So your ability to go in your pocket and pay cash for a service, for a government service, and to me, the principle is the same for the same reason why you would put a school on Acklands, right? You would put a school on Acklands because we're spread out. And so we are trying to make sure to touch as many Bahamians as we could, and not let some of the convenience of what we feel might be more practical for government. It just may be a management issue. You know, I've heard different things about control, and I accept that if you don't have to give cash, that's more of a control mechanism. But the reality of it is there's ways to manage that. So I just wanted to make that particular point about this cashless society that continues to bear on us, and to keep in mind that we do have a lot of Bahamians who don't have the ability, nor would it be advantageous for them to maintain an account, or for them, quite frankly, to want to utilize government services. They still have the ability to use cash, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, this is a good day in the Parliament. You know, I support this bill. It's a very important bill for the Bahamian people. It's very important for protecting the rights of Bahamian consumers. I do believe that we have a lot of great companies, great businesses in our country who are great at corporate responsibility, and they have various communities thrive, and they've been staples of the community and so forth. But you do have some bad actors out there who, from time to time, or even consistently, are operating in a way that's an injustice to the Bahamian people. Or we know of the proverbial hurricane time when people price gouge and do different things and so forth. And even obviously during the pandemic, we would have seen an uptick in a lot of bad acting, if you will. So this is very, very, very important, Madam Speaker, and no surprise why this is something that can be agreed to by both sides because of what it does for the Bahamian people and allows the Bahamian consumer to be additionally protected in ways that the legislation that they hadn't before. Lastly, before I take my seat, Madam Speaker, this also can be put in the category, I guess you could say, some might say it'll be a stretch, but since I'm at the end, I'll take some liberty. You know, Bahamian consumer. No, I ain't gonna take too much liberty. You know, I saw a letter come out today from the Goldwyn Hotel, telling their staff, their employees, about some of the changes to the parking situation at that hotel, right? The parking lot at Goodman's Bay, right? You have a problem. Now, we know the persons want to get to work and so forth, but clearly there's going to be an issue out there. In the letter, Goldwyn talked about just discouraging employees for parking on the, you know, on the verge, yes, and that they, you know, would have spoken to members of the Royal Bahamas Police Force and trying to help that along. But there's going to be a problem out there, and again, I'm not suggesting that there's one answer. But clearly, if you have to get to work, you can find somewhere to park your car because you got to get to work on time. But obviously, Goodman's Bay is a place that Bahamians enjoy in large numbers throughout the day, and actually, the parking lot is small compared to the usage. So maybe, I don't know if it's something that we may have to extend to keep in mind. The fact is that you have a big hotel that just came next door, you know, but even on the count of the fact that even as it exists, the parking lot is not enough spaces for even Goodman's Bay. The point is that that's an issue that I hope the government can find some way to alleviate as it relates to Goodman's Bay. Obviously, Goldwyn is going to do what they have to do. And just lastly, connected to that, I didn't get to finish it up during Monday, but this thing about beach access, Deputy, one time ago, you were able to access the beach very readily, and they were marked where you were able to get to the beach. Mom and them would grab you and you go to the beach. Now, unfortunately, hotels, foreigners, and some of our own fellow Bahamians are taking some liberties that I feel is unfair and unjust to the Bahamian people who are trying to have legal access to these legal easements to the beach. Now you only can go to a certain place to get to the beach, and they're being very strategic. I talked about how there's an easement to the east of, to the west of Bahamas. They've put up a gate there. I know it to be a legal easement because when I was chairman of the Bahamas Public Parks and Beaches Authority, we tried very hard to find out the legal easements, these legal entryways, and we would have gone down to the Department of Lands and Survey and get a map of where they are. Actually, you would be surprised to know, right? Because we drive by it all the time, and you might see a house with a fence extended that looks like a yard. Really, legally, that's an access that should be there. And only because, you know, I'm here in Parliament and I wouldn't point out a particular place because then it would speak to a particular, you know, a Bahamian citizen. I don't want to do that. But I mean, like literally where people have taken the public access, fenced it, and now you can't get access to it. So that should not happen in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. I'm not putting it at the feet of the government. I'm saying it is something that we need to do because we are being cornered off in our own country. It's happening in the Family Islands. It's happening everywhere, and we got to do something about it. Whether it be, like I say, to the investor has to know you can't come here and do these things. And to the Bahamian person, I say shame, and they should stop. All right. Thank you, Madam Deputy, and it's my honor to support this bill.
Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. As many, the chair recognizes Honourable Yamacraw.
Madam Speaker, I will seek to be brief by South Beach standards, even better than that. And I thank you for giving me the opportunity. Madam Speaker, it is with great pleasure that I stand here in this honorable place once again to represent the beautiful and diverse and resilient of Yamacraw. We recently celebrated our breast cancer awareness initiative, Madam Speaker, where scores of residents and other participants came to our fun run walk and health screening at our farmers market. So I extend gratitude to my branch and team that pulls off some of our initiatives, and also to BTVI who came out and gave massages, to ZNS Radio who had a presence there, to our nurses who participated in health screening with Living with Joy and Joy Josie, and the 20+ market vendors who sold fruits, vegetables, craft items, baked goods, etc., including breakfast by the stalwarts and also bush medicine, drinks, and more. I encourage persons to check out the Yamacraw Farmers Market. It continues to grow and service the community, a place for persons to get together. We had a recent cleanup campaign that has been very effective, but there's still too much in indiscriminate dumping, especially on vacant, overgrown private lots, Madam Speaker. This is a vexing problem, and I implore persons who have lots, especially in the eastern area, to please take care of your lots, and please cause for them to be pushed back. It becomes a hazard in terms of visibility, provides a danger there, especially with the hours being darker. Time is about to change. And also, people dump in these lots because it's an easy area where they can discreetly dump items, all sorts of items, Madam Speaker, even stuff that aren't supposed to go into the ground is a threat to our way of life and our health. And I implore persons to please be good citizens and take care of their lots. I'll say more about this as in a sitting, Madam Speaker, but I just wanted to identify some things that the constituency has going on. I'm indeed honored to make this contribution today, Madam Speaker, on a bill which ultimately seeks to improve the lives of people by introducing measures, as was indicated many times today, that foster greater accountability among those who provide goods and services, while providing increased protection for the consumers, the people in this country who spend their money to buy items and also to have services. It is considered, as it should, the rights of the consumer, as first adopted by the United Nations General Assembly, Madam Speaker, and supported by the member states. They include the right to basic needs, the right to safety, the right to choose, the right to representation, the right to redress, the right to consumer education, the right to healthy environments, and protection from hazards to health and safety to ensure standards are set for use of any item sold. Madam Speaker, it is important for us to note that while the initial Consumer Protection Act 2006 attempted to provide a degree of protection for consumers, the involvement of our society and in consideration to the myriad of concerns emanating from the sale of goods and services, this act must now be revised. And so I certainly support the revision of this act. Madam Speaker, we are where we see stories of every kind of store selling goods, be they from actual storefronts or virtual or restricted only to online sales. When we talk of all of this and take this into consideration, we must agree that what is in place is inadequate to meet the changes in our community, hence this revision of this bill. The proposed Consumer Protection Act 2023, as set out, will expand the responsibilities of the existing Consumer Protection Commission, which to date has given its best effort to ensure that consumers are protected. They continue to educate the populace of their rights, and recently I saw that they use a very creative approach, Madam Speaker, to engage the youth through a Creative Minds poster competition. Madam Speaker, I'm told that the competition was launched to create a logo to rebrand the commission, and at the end, a student of Ellen Coakley High School in Exuma, Orlando Ferguson, was receiving a prize of $500. The youth were very engaged in this initiative, and certainly the gift or the prize was appreciated. This initiative is indeed commendable, and I look forward to other measures to educate the public through the use of various platforms. Madam Speaker, Section 8 of this bill, in my view, captures many of the areas of concern. They include those that have traditionally been very difficult to seek redress: misleading, deceptive conduct, which includes issuance of statements intended to deceive the customer of their entitlement to a refund or exchange. That was asked earlier. It is common to see vendors boldly post that there will be no cash refunds and only exchanges in some instances, or exchanges only under certain conditions. Madam Speaker, we should adopt good habits from our neighbors, especially in this case, our neighbors from the north. We benefit from their consumer protection laws when we go shopping in Florida. For example, you can purchase, for instance, a clothing item from a store in one part of Florida, and that's how efficient they are. Then you can return it for exchange for the full refund to another branch of the store, of the same store, and sometimes even in the next district, county, and the different city. In some cases, this is just good competition that's designed to gain favor with the customers who are seeking the best options when it comes to spending their hard-earned dollars. Good customer service has become the norm in the U.S., and we can learn a lot from what they do when it comes to their consumer protection. And this bill might be the catalyst to improve or bring a renewed sense of good customer service back to this country. Madam Speaker, Bahamians have too often gone, for example, to a restaurant or any other type of business, receive terrible customer service and either the wrong order or inferior products, and had to live with these purchases because they lacked the confidence that they would receive redress. Madam Speaker, as a nation whose number one resource is reflected by many visitors as the kindness and the friendliness of its people, this bill seeks to reach further into the preservation of our number one industry, where would-be scammers sometimes seek to capitalize from unexpected visitors by selling services that they don't intend to deliver. We saw something recently on the internet that went viral where someone took a lot of money from some of our tourists and they never delivered the service. They left them abandoned and the tourists had no other choice but to go viral. Those things reach out, into the world, and it's a stain on our product. Luckily, there were a number of persons that came to the rescue of those persons, and I think they got some redress. Madam Speaker, it also covers trade advertising, which we deem as false advertisement of goods or services. You know the kind, they advertise the price of goods for service, and they have no intent of honoring it, but provide an expectation of consumers to draw them in. Likewise, the bill states that there should be no offering of gifts and prizes or other free items. These are among the popular tactics used to sell goods, knowing full well that they do not intend to provide them. I believe, though, Madam Speaker, that addressing those who promote the get-rich-quick schemes, like pyramid selling we expressed earlier today in this chamber, is necessary. Such schemes are used to attract persons to participate and recruit others, as their payout is dependent upon them, yet it cannot benefit the participants equally, if at all. Many poor, unexpected individuals have fallen prey to these schemes and have lost monies. Madam Speaker, the doom and gloom talks, I must use just a little time on this because, and I was impressed this evening by St. Barnabas because he didn't fall into the usual trap that they do as some of his other colleagues on that side. But there are some things that were said that are highly inaccurate. They're repetitive, even though they are corrected on record. It's very unfortunate because this is supposed to be an honorable place with honorable members. And if something is corrected from your bench, Madam Speaker, I think that an honorable member should acknowledge that a correction was made, and they should not seek to bring it back on the floor to deceive the audience. And then the put on of act for this audience is unacceptable. And I call it out and I ask for it to be stopped. It should not have been done the other day. Madam Speaker, the doom and gloom talk of the opposition is not consistent with the facts that our administration is doing more every day for Bahamian people than was ever done during their time in office just recently. Madam Speaker, the member for Kalani mentioned pensioners and what pensioners need, and mentioned workers and consumers, and then he went to school children. Madam Speaker, the first thing we did, one of the first things we did in this place is to increase the retirement benefit. We have passed so many bills, I guess, that they forget how many things that we have addressed as an administration that really impact the regular, the small, what we call a small Bahamian man, the regular citizen who was seeking redress. We decreased VAT. Madam Speaker, we increased minimum wage and salaries for thousands of families, thousands, under those bills. For consumers, the decrease on VAT, they speak as if that never happened. When they speak, they spoke as if that was the decimate our country. Don't do it. They said we can't increase minimum wage. We shouldn't, because the workers, the employers of the country will suffer and will have to fire people. We'll have mass layoffs. Months later, East Grandmama, months later, and also Marco City said it. Months later, we have record unemployment rate, record low unemployment rate. Months later. So everything they're predicting is wrong, and the doom and gloom have to stop. Madam Speaker, the expansion of the price control items, reference was made to that, but I don't think they did justice in saying that that was also done in order to give relief to the small man. And they said we shouldn't do that. It's just, Madam Speaker, it's unfortunate, but when they have the stage, I guess they choose to do whatever they can to mislead, but in that, they're saying doom and gloom as if things are so bad. Our record number of bills brought to this House and record number of labor agreements negotiated, signed for workers of this country, when we talk about homes built for persons who can't otherwise afford homes, and the support provided for our school children, the promotions in the workplace, in our uniform branches, in the public service, the national events and awards that included Bahamians from all walks of life. These things cannot just be glossed over. These are very impactful to the lives of our people. And this is just to name a few. It just amazes me 2 years later, the opposition still has very, very mediocre debate skills, because it's the same topics and they've come in here doing the same thing. They're not taking the bill, going through the bill, and expressing the truth of the bill, its intention. And if they identify something that they need or they would suggest to be included in the bill, that should be what quality debating of a bill is about, not to mislead and always go and talk about topics over and over and over again. I had a lot more to say about that, but since Barnabas didn't do it, I wouldn't go further down that path. Madam Speaker, the doom and gloom selling doesn't work. I've traveled, and I've traveled extensively the Caribbean, even through the place I was before this, and this is still the best nation on this planet. This country, there are people who, I know some people who went to Canada recently, they're coming back home, they want to come back home. They realize what we call taxes have nothing compared to a lot of countries. They pay for services through those taxes, and there's nothing compared. But they sell this doom and gloom to people as if they want to brainwash them into believing that their life is so bad and things are so difficult and we are so poor and struggling. This is a beautiful country. People flocking here, illegal and legal. They are flocking here. There are some people who are struggling. I acknowledge that. So I don't think that it's fair to come here and highlight the negative, Madam Speaker, continually. I will call them out, and I will do the opposite. And Madam Speaker, I'm confident that when this bill passes, this bill will provide those persons who normally do not have a say or means to have a complaint heard, or means to have a complaint heard and follow up with an opportunity to do so. And I commend the Prime Minister again for leading the way, because not only globally, but locally, on the ground, people are feeling the effects of good leadership that recognizes everybody, especially the least among us. Madam Speaker, we should be mindful of the least among us, and we do. No consumer should be taken advantage of, more so with little financial means. Madam Speaker, may God continue to bless this beautiful and striving and thriving country, the Bahamas. Yamakro is honored to support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. As many? The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Nassau Village.
Good night, Madam Speaker. We're almost there, right? We're almost there. I have the pleasure of standing on behalf of the great constituents of Nassau Village. But before I proceed, I would just like to send a shout out to my youth in Parliament, Mr. Lanico Knowles, who represented the constituency adequately at the last sitting of Youth in Parliament. I was definitely pleased with her showing and her performance, and it shows that Nassau Village has a very, very bright future ahead. And I would also like to thank the chairman of BAMSI. We had the pleasure of planting 2 fruit trees this morning at Sadie Curtis Primary, a mango tree and also seedling, and a soursop seedling. And it's to represent their one-to-one initiative, where they would be planting a single fruit tree for every citizen of the Bahamas going forward, in an attempt to increase our food security. So it's definitely a pleasure to support my colleague in that regard, and to let him know that the constituency of Nassau Village stands with him. But Madam Speaker, to the crux of the matter, you always and you often hear me brag about the constituency of Nassau Village. And the reality is that I brag like that because it is the only constituency that holds the name of the capital of this great country. It's a Nassau, right? So it means that we're honored to not only be the standard bearer for the country, but also I'm honored to represent those people. Madam Speaker, Boston University has statistically proven that the consumer violations disproportionately occur in inner city areas, low-income areas. Madam Speaker, this legislation is not only timely, but also speaks to our government's ability to respond to the data, to use data in our decision-making as we go forward. Madam Speaker, as I would have mentioned before, the great people of Nassau Village have sent me here to speak on their behalf on this particular important subject of consumer protection. Madam Speaker, this vital piece of legislation holds the power to restore dignity. It holds the power to restore confidence to the lives of the hardworking individuals who form the backbone of our society and who rely on progressive legislation to positively impact their lives. Madam Speaker, this bill represents a beacon of hope for the poor. It represents a beacon of hope for the working class. It offers them a newfound security. It offers them fairness, and it offers them the promise of a fair economic future. It is a testament to our government's commitment to ensure that every citizen, regardless of their background or circumstances, is treated with the respect and dignity and fairness, Madam Speaker, that they deserve in their everyday consumer transactions. Madam Speaker, it is well known that we've had existing legislation that protects and puts in place measures for product safety and prevent fraud, deceitful dealings, and to be responsive to the complaints of the public. But our government's ability to take existing legislation and modernize it and push it forward speaks to our ability to be in touch with the Bahamian populace, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, just as a foundation is not a finished home, so too were these measures that previously came before this bill. Only rudiments of the type of consumer protection Bahamians need today. Madam Speaker, like I said before, our government is in tune with the Bahamian populace, in tune with their needs and concerns of the poor and working class. That is why the Consumer Protection Bill comes at this particular time, noting that external factors such as war impact us. They drive up the cost of production, they interrupt the supply chain, ultimately they impact those service providers and those product providers who try and to, I would say, extend or relay those costs to the consumer. Madam Speaker, Bahamians see the situation abroad. They note the prices, and they note that despite the global situation, they deserve quality service. They understand that this service should not be diminished. They deserve quality products, and they do understand that the quality of products and goods should not be diminished. Madam Speaker, they have always believed that the Progressive Liberal Party was in tune with them. And this is just another example of being in touch. Madam Speaker, the Consumer Protection Bill of 2023 is a well-timed response to the pressing concerns of our citizens, and it is an essential step forward and toward addressing their needs. Madam Speaker, this legislation is designed to put consumers' concerns at ease by introducing a comprehensive framework that provides them with the necessary tools and protections to navigate the marketplace with confidence and security. Madam Speaker, at its core, the bill is about promoting fairness. It ensures that the consumers, particularly those who have often felt powerless in the face of unscrupulous businesses, are no longer taken advantage of, Madam Speaker. It empowers individuals to seek redress when they believe that they have been treated unfairly, thereby leveling the playing field in consumer transactions. But it doesn't stop there, Madam Speaker. This legislation stands as a defensive wall against deceptive practices employed by some businesses. It recognizes that everyone that has the resources, not everyone has the resources to investigate every product. Not everyone has the resources or time to do adequate research on services provided. Therefore, it safeguards our citizens' right to accurate information, allowing them to make informed choices about their purchases. Madam Speaker, Nassau villagers work diligently for their money. Bahamians work diligently for their money. This bill acknowledges that hard work and that hard-earned income should be respected. Madam Speaker, if consumers receive damaged goods or services that don't meet their expectations, they now have the right to seek a refund or repair at no cost. This provision acts as a crucial safety net, particularly for those on tight budgets. Madam Speaker, access to justice is a fundamental right, not a privilege. And I repeat that, access to justice is a fundamental right, not a privilege. This legislation ensures that consumers, regardless of their financial situation, can seek legal recourse without facing prohibitive costs. This is a significant victory for the poor and working class, who might otherwise be deterred from pursuing justice. Madam Speaker, transparency in pricing and contract terms is another cornerstone of this timely bill. It demands that providers be forthright about their pricing and contract details, eliminating the specter of hidden fees or surprise charges. This empowers consumers to make informed decisions about their purchases, preventing financial surprises that can be easily or become excessively burdensome for low-income individuals. Madam Speaker, we stand and we understand that navigating legal battles can be daunting and costly. This bill encourages the use of mediation and alternative dispute resolution mechanisms. These mechanisms simply simplify and expedite the process of resolving consumer disputes, sparing our citizens the arduous and expensive path of protracted court battles. Madam Speaker, the PLP government is committed to economic justice and market fairness. We have not forgotten the most vulnerable amongst us. We have not forgotten the elderly and those with limited financial capabilities or financial literacy. The Consumer Protection Bill of 2023 includes provision specifically tailored to protect these individuals, ensuring that they enjoy the same rights and safeguards as everyone else. Madam Speaker, every Friday I have the pleasure of going right to Soldier Road and Churchill Street. There's a conch salad man who sells conch salad out of his truck. We affectionately call him Ranger, right? And he would always tell me, man, Molly, it's so expensive to buy good produce in the community. It seems that all of the produce are near date or close to stale date, and that provides cheaper produce. And I said, and I informed them of the Consumer Protection Bill and what it would afford him, Madam Speaker. And he wanted me to express his gratitude personally to the Progressive Liberal Party and personally to the government for taking his challenges at heart. A simple conch salad vendor, Madam Speaker. To think about consumer protection is to think about the poor and working class across our great nation. I'm reminded often of Mrs. Pickstock, who lives on Stacks Avenue in Nassau Village. I would just like to send a shout out to all of the nurses at PMH, because she is also a nurse at PMH. I've had the chance to speak with her every time when I do my walkabouts in the constituency. And as a civil servant and a mother, single mother, she would constantly say that her main focus is on her children's future and talking about how she is careful with her every dollar. No dollar can go to waste, Madam Speaker. Saying that it is not right with retailers do to the small man. Like Mrs. Pickstock, Madam Speaker, there are many constituents and many Bahamians who would want to know that the final cost of goods when they pick it up without surprises at cashiers. The working class, I stress, Madam Speaker, are not looking for handouts. They are looking for fairness and equity. Retailers must be compelled to be honest. And those who don't, should be afforded the right to bring complaints against them. Madam Speaker, we must be sure that they have a government that honors and defends the value of their hard-earned money. We have a government that honors and defends the public money. No surprises, no gimmicks. Despite the past F&M administration, their inaction always causes me to smile, you know? We have heard all of this, all of the contributions previously about the previous iteration of the bills. But for the last 3-4 years, there was absolutely no attention paid to the bill. For almost 4 years, no attention paid to consumers or their consumptions. But now, all of a sudden, we have criticisms. We're methodical, we're pedantic almost on what's being brought before us. Madam Speaker, yeah, man, you criticize the bill. We're making strides to ensure true economic empowerment. Madam Speaker, history will judge the former F&M administration on their inaction. It will judge them harshly. Madam Speaker, they will judge them harshly once again for their inaction in Grand Bahama. They will judge them harshly again for their inaction in Abaco. And they will judge them even harsher for their inaction in the constituency of Nassau Village. Madam Speaker, we wanted to put forward a bill that speaks directly to the everyday challenges of Bahamians, Madam Speaker. Perhaps that is why this was first on our agenda when we first reconvened Parliament. Madam Speaker, the Act ensures that businesses are obligated to provide clear and easily understandable information about their products and services. This means that Bahamians can make informed decisions. They can make informed choices without hidden surprises. Madam Speaker, in Nassau Village and similar urban areas, access to affordable legal recourse can be a game changer. The Act encourages the use of local mediation services, making it easier for residents like Mrs. Pickstock to resolve her disputes without the need for costly court battles, as I mentioned before. And I would like to inform, and I want Bahamians to know, that the Act goes the extra mile to safeguard vulnerable consumers, such as the elderly and those with limited finances. But, Madam Speaker, our government has been working diligently to forge new trade partners and explore alternative sources for essential goods. That includes local production, like the government's Golden Yoke program, that will ultimately provide competition in the market and drive down costs, making it even more beneficial for consumers. Madam Speaker, diversifying our trade mix will not be a trade mix, will not be a quick fix, but it is a long-term strategy aimed at strengthening our economic resilience. And I wanted to mention it so that Bahamians know that we have left no stone unturned in ensuring that they have access to what they need in the most fair and honest terms. In closing, Madam Speaker, this legislation is more than just about protecting consumers. It's about safeguarding the future of our society. It's about ensuring that every Bahamian, regardless of their economic circumstances, can pursue their dreams with confidence and dignity. As the representative for the great people of Nassau Village, and as representatives of each of the constituents that we serve, it is our duty to support and champion this bill, Madam Speaker, ensuring that it brings real and tangible benefits to those who need it the most. I reiterate, it is a beacon of hope, a testament to our commitment to social justice, fairness, and economic equality. It is the promise of a brighter future, Madam Speaker, for all citizens. I am proud to support this legislation, and I hope that members of the side opposition will stand on the side of the working class, that they will support this bill, support the rights of every Bahamian. And I hope that Bahamians, especially those in Nassau Village, will take the time to learn more about the importance it holds for their future. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the great constituents of Nassau Village, I support this bill.
Thank you, Honorable Member Asmini. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Freetown.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. As usual, I stand in this place only because God has given me the grace to wake up today and to make it here, and because the people of Freetown entrusted me with their representation. Madam Speaker, you know, we started out with the devotion about having your blinders on, and it seems that the opposite side, first set of blinders, is never about what we're here to discuss. And so it comes in this fashion, Madam Speaker. I will have blinders on, but I will be pointed in two directions. And the first direction is this, Madam Speaker. They are repetitive about certain things. But let me be clear about it, Madam Speaker. Nobody is perfect. No government is perfect. No party is perfect. It's a choice between two. The two choices is this current administration and the administration it replaced. And so this habit of saying prices are increasing worldwide, Bahamians know that. They go to Miami still, you know. Some even go to Florida. And so they see the increase in prices. And so this thing about prices increasing isn't going to impress them, because they also drive in Miami and they buy gas and they've seen the results there. But Madam Speaker, what is very tiresome, Madam Speaker, is this. When it is that it is said that unemployment is low, when the Honorable Prime Minister reports the good economic data, they rush to say it's their doing. But how in the world could we be doing so good and it's their doing, and at the same time be doing so bad? It's like you're schizophrenic or bipolar. You know, at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, the Bahamian public knows what the situation was when we came to power. The emergency orders were still ongoing. As the Prime Minister and the Minister of Health opened this country, they said we were risking danger. And it took a brave Prime Minister to continue his course and open this government. That's what caused it. And now, they will say it was happening anyway. And you know, Madam Speaker, something else that I have blinders on for, and it's so sad that Kalani isn't here, but St. Barnabas and St. Anne's can ask him. He keeps coming here talking about travel. You know, the first thing is, at least this Prime Minister ain't traveling to telling people we corrupt. At least this Prime Minister isn't traveling to sit in a corridor of the White House. This Prime Minister is traveling and coming back with the Vice President of the United States in tow. So that's the first point. But the more substantial point, Madam Speaker, and the member for St. Barnabas and St. Anne's should pay attention. In the year, well, St. Anne's wasn't there, so he wasn't doing none of this traveling. That's my MP, he wasn't there. He wasn't indulging in this living high on the hog, as they like to describe it. In the budget year 2019-2020, the actual expenditure of travel was $2,775,188. Wow. Now, I will keep these figures written down. I keep them handy because y'all keep talking about travel. And for the Bahamian people's edification, listen carefully now, for the Bahamian people's edification, the budget year began on the 1st of July, 2019. And Hurricane Dorian came and mashed up the northern Bahamas in September, and they kept traveling. And then in March, the whole world shut down, and there was no traveling from March 2020 to the 30th of June, the end of the budget year, and they still spent $500,000 more than we're budgeted to spend this year. $500,000 more. $500,000 more. And so the total amount budgeted this year is $12,292,695, almost $500,000 less. So Bahamas, if they are saying, yeah, no, I looking at you, MP, I counting on you to carry this message and get the answer for us. Because if, Madam Speaker, in 2019-2020, in basically 9 months, they spent $500,000 more than we're spending in an entire year. If they call us first class living on the hog, what is that? Because they're spending more in a shorter period of time. Please stop it. At the end of the day, Madam Speaker, we travel because we have to. I pity the member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador because he's doing what he has to do. He's lived a life where he's traveled anyway, even though y'all claim he couldn't travel, he was traveling anyway. And y'all, what you mean who said that? Y'all said that. Y'all and your trolls. I shouldn't be talking to you, I should be talking to the chair. Apologies, Madam Speaker. But at the bottom of it, Madam Speaker, the blinders are there. And the blinders are there to deceive the Bahamian people. They don't want the Bahamian people to understand that we are at work for them from day one. Opening the country, reducing VAT on everything by 2%, and returning to what the advice was from the people who advised on that. And then, Madam Speaker, they want the Bahamian public to forget that when the price control was increased on the items, they said we shouldn't do it. And this is price control on the healthy food my bishop talked about. Y'all, we shouldn't do that. So let's get it right and correct and stop trying to fool the Bahamian people. And at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, they try to make themselves seem the friend of the Bahamian public. In fact, Marco City, my good cousin, jump up and say he's going to fight for the people. Don't give up your house. We need a law that would protect you if you just miss a couple payments. Well, the Christie Davis administration passed that law. It came into force on the 31st of March, 2017. It's called the Homeowners Protection Act. We already did that in Marco City. You don't need to go on the line for anyone. All you need to do is seek comfort and protection in a piece of legislation passed by the Christie Davis administration and stop trying to fool the public. You are not big and bad. There's a song. They say a whole bag of when? It's a reggae song. I used to be accused of it, you know. It's a catchy tune. You know it's in Bahamas. You know it. Tell your boss about it when you see him again. Madam Speaker, this pantomime that we witness every time we come in here, trying to make the Bahamian people believe they care. And today, I was just amazed, talking about fighting for the people to protect them, and we need to pass a law that we've already passed, that's been in force for about 6 years. How much more of calling the Bahamian people foolish do they want to do? Because enough Bahamian people in our courts take advantage of this act. They need to stop calling Bahamian people foolish in what they're doing. Madam Speaker, you know, that's my blindness for that. And I think that's about enough of that because it's late in the afternoon. And a word to the wise should be sufficient because they know 12 million by the time we finish, if you keep talking about travel, I may tattoo it on my arm so I don't have to say it, I just show it. The 12,775,188. I remember it. I don't even have to look at it anymore. Stop it. We have the facts. We will not let you get away with it. Madam Speaker, turning to the act. I agree with something East Grand Bahama says, and that is that, and disagree slightly with what some of my colleagues says, the act isn't revolutionary in all that it does. It repeats a piece of protection the PLP put in place, because the first Consumer Protection Act commenced the 1st of July, 2006. In the Christie Pratt administration of the PLP. The problem with the act, and the reason that the Prime Minister, who is a seasoned lawyer, would be aware of, the act is not well written. And because it's not well written, lawyers can make a living being hired by persons who are to be held to account, because these are the people with money. And so they could have manipulated this. We who were used to representing the poor, because I was led by the Prime Minister in representing a bunch of poor people, against the rich, against the banks, against the insurance company, against the people who the large firms represent, and yes, against the government. And so when one looks at this consumer protection bill, it takes away a lot of those issues as well as modernizing the law. One of the noteworthy changes is that it redefines goods. The goods under the old Act was limited to the description in the Sale of Goods Act, whereas goods here include things that were not covered like computer software, computer licenses, and equipment, and then now services, everything to bring it into the modern times. And the other amazing thing this does in robbing the lawyers of large, powerful companies from taking advantage of the poor is it makes it quite clear what the duty is for the Consumer Protection Commission. And that is truly to investigate complaints made made by the public. And that is because if you read section 11, it says, where a complaint has been made, the commission shall carry out an investigation. Shall is mandatory. Now, it is true that the commission is given a discretion not to conduct an investigation. And some may say that's inconsistent, that you can't say that I have to do something and then you say I have a discretion not to do it. But the reason for that is really a legal device to protect the person complaining. And that is because by using that formulation, what we have done is to make the decision of the commission open to review in the court, so they don't have absolute discretion. And if they decide against you, member of the public, you have the ability to seek review of their decision. And curiously, we are going to proceed from this piece of legislation to the ombudsman bill later in this process. One of the persons who you can go to is the ombudsman that is intended to be put in place. Yes. And so, yes, it may not be revolutionary in that the vision of the PLP in 2006, that's how long it took to get a piece of consumer protection legislation, but this party did it. And now in 2023, we're improving on it, and we're going to improve on it further by putting in place another institution. Because after all, we are the party that creates the institution of this state. Historically, we're the ones who will continue to do it. And so when the public has choice, as they will shortly, between the PLP and the FNM, what they must remember and never forget is that the FNM took VAT from 7% to 12%, and we took it back to 10%. That this is the government that this is ungenerated more revenue. This is the government that, in the face of the objection from the other side, increased minimum wage. So everybody in West End and Bimini who has benefited from an increase in the minimum wage, you have the PLP to thank for that, and not the FNM. All of the public servants in West, Grand Bahama, and Bimini who are benefiting from this move by Golden Gates and this administration in the public service. You have the PLP to thank for that, and not the FNM. All of the members of trade unions in West, Grand Bahama, and Bimini who have now signed industrial agreements. You have the PLP to thank for that, and not the FNM. All of that is what we have done, what this Davis administration has done in this very short period of time. And all of the consumers in West, Grand Bahama, and Bimini who will have the benefit of this piece of legislation have the Davis administration to thank for it. The other side dare not oppose it. Just as when we bought, and this is the funny thing, you know, Sinans, and I give Sinans credit for this, Madam Speaker, so they shouldn't be talking to him directly. You know, when we passed the VAT Act, that in their famous word, put VAT on breadbasket items. He is the only one who voted against it. All of the rest of them sat down and voted with us. So you're the only one who should be talking about VAT on breadbasket items, and None of the rest of them should be talking about it.
You gotta take that for bread and basket.
Was that by mistake? Did you stand up by mistake?
Bread and basket.
No, that was a deliberate vote. My MP voted no, all the rest of them voted with us. But Madam Speaker, that ain't no, you sat down, man. You sat down.
Chair recognizes the honorable member from Barnabas.
I didn't want to interrupt the member for Freetown, but what the member from Freetown did not say in that debate was that the opposition put forward an amendment to take VAT off of basket items, and the government voted it down. So if you're going to tell the full story, tell the true and full story. No. The point I'm making is to tell the story.
I will.
Okay,
But
thank you.
Madam Speaker, before I tell the full story, I move that beyond 7 p.m.
Thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that the business of this House proceed beyond the 7 p.m. hour. As many are in favor, will be seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is agreed. The business of this
Madam
House
Speaker,
will proceed beyond the 7
To be
p.m.
fair and tell the whole story, the bill was advanced in committee. Sanans and the other 6 moved an amendment that failed. After that amendment failed, the question was put on the whole act, inclusive. The amendment was I could define the amendment. The amendment was to not put VAT on bread basket items. That amendment failed. If they were men of principle like my MP, when that amendment failed, they would have voted against the bill as a whole because they couldn't support that part of the bill. My MP Sanans stood up when they remained seated. When the question was put on the entire bill, they knew that the entire bill was beneficial to this country, and so they voted together with us for the entire bill. Now, if something is a matter of principle for me, I will never support anything going against my principle. That is why, Madam Speaker, I say as man of principle and honor, Sanaan should be the only one in this place talking about.
Chair recognizes the honorable member from
By that
Barnabas.
principle, Madam Speaker, so if we apply that principle, when the Free National Movement increased VAT to 12%, there were members in that same debate on the opposite side. On the opposite side, that would have supported that.
That's part of the money bill.
Yeah.
That was part of the money. An amendment to the VAT Act, and we voted against that act.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker. Yeah.
We did it in the Senate the same way.
Yes.
That's true.
Yes. The records are there, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker,
He was in there for that one.
contrary to what is being represented, unemployment is at an all-time low, which means more people are making more money than ever before. Prices are increasing across the entire world. If one reads the BPL press release, prices for electricity in this jurisdiction are still lower compared to other jurisdictions of similar size with some utilities. And if one reads the BPL report that was tabled, yes, prices were bound to increase, but prices were bound to increase because BPL under the former administration set the price of producing electricity artificially low. One hopes that they did it negligently, but they might have done it deliberately. But the report makes it clear that the cost of production of electricity that they stated was untrue because of the actual fuel mix to produce the electricity and all of these issues. we come back to this, Madam Speaker, not to avoid any accountability, but because it's really a choice between us and them. And so the Bahamian people, when they're judging how we are acting, you really have to contrast it with what is the alternative. And the alternative to the competent running of BPL now is that they accepted these engines when they were run for 3 hours individually, when the standard is to run all of them together for 30 days before you accept them. That is the difference between them and us. The difference between them and us, West Bahama, West Grand Bahama, and Bimini, is that BPL now is fixing the problem to get the right fuel mix, to burn the less expensive fuel, to reduce your power. And so, Madam Speaker, forgive me, those blinders were for the 22nd, because that's very important that the Bahamian people not be misled by the leader of a party who is talking about us passing an act that was in force for 6 years already, and that shows that the side is either completely out of touch with reality, because they constantly remind us that this is their second consecutive term. So that means he was here when that was passed. I believe he was here, wasn't he? Y'all like to jump up. You like to jump up. So at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, the Bahamian people need to take note of that. The people in West Grand Bahama and Bimini, who he was trying to say he's standing with y'all, he should really be directing y'all to the Homeowners Protection Act, a piece of legislation that the current Prime Minister had a hand in. So that means he has knowledge of what needs to be done and gets it done. And so that is the choice in West Grand Bahama and Bimini. Firm, trusted, and proven leadership, Madam Speaker, compared to a whole bag of wind, who is now telling them that we should bring to Parliament an act that we passed 6 years ago. And I do hope my family forgives me for describing my cousin in that way, Madam Speaker. But Freetown, I love you. And on behalf of the people of Freetown, Freetown supports this very important bill.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Asmani?
Madam Speaker, just
the chair recognizes the Honorable Member for St.
in
Anne's.
response to the member from Freetown in defense of Marco City, he spoke to the actions that he had taken, including working with other like-minded persons to sit in and protect the rights of those homeowners, and they ultimately were successful. They would have been successful, Madam Speaker, with the laws that are in place in the Commonwealth of Bahamas. And the member for Freetown and the member for Cat Island, Rum, San Salvador will admit, or should admit, that the Homeowners Protection Act doesn't protect you permanently. It gives you additional time, but it doesn't protect you permanently. It's not as though the act and the bank's interest is quieted, extinguished. So by providing enough incentive so their pay packets and every single person in the household is employed, we're talking about low employment rates. The point of the member of Marco City was that he's deep in the trenches. And if Allen has just acknowledged from the seat, how do we propose protecting them permanently? That is a question where the answer would be by finding another and better solution. And that's what Marco City was talking about today, Madam Speaker, that the Bahamians shouldn't face a situation where they're kicked out of their homes. So if they want me to stand up, continue on my feet and provide some solutions, I'll put my mind to it. But my point is, Marco City was... No, I'm rebutting the disparaging The disparaging remarks made against the leader of the Free National Movement, the opposition in the House of Assembly, which in its own context, Madam Speaker, under the rules, should have provided protection that didn't need me to stand up to defend. Point is, Madam Speaker, the piece of legislation that's been referred to doesn't provide ultimate protection. The leader of the Free National Movement, the leader of the opposition in the House of Assembly, thinks that Bahamians should have the right to be and remain in their homes. There's nothing wrong with that. And if you do find something wrong with that, you shouldn't remain in this honorable House of Assembly.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Freetown.
Speaker, exactly what Marco said was that the person paid religiously, save for a period when they were unemployed, but they still paid something, and when they became employed, they took it up again. That is exactly what will get you protected under the Homeowners Protection Act and permit the court to have the matter reworked. So that is the reality of it. His characterization was of somebody who paid religiously, wasn't a slacker, had some stop paying the full amount for a short time, but still paid something and then resumed. That is exactly what the former administration tried to protect, and protected without the need for anybody to sit in anywhere to do anything other than to file an action and put it before a judge, because to get possession, people are given time. So this impression he gave of somehow standing in the gap does not accord with what the law is. As to the permanent solution of employment, Nan's missed it. It's the lowest unemployment rate, is it in history, Cat Island? In history. So, record in recent history, and so coming from the other side, putting everyone awake and trying to keep us idle for as long as possible, to the lowest unemployment rate in history, that is a permanent solution. And Madam Speaker, to be clear, I was harsh in my characterization because the other side does. And so if you forgive people their sins as you forgive other people. If you stand up and call people lawbreakers when you don't have a clue of what law is, do not expect to be treated nicely and softly. Those are rules of engagement. And I'm not saying, as Foxhill said, they last. I'm saying that, as everybody knows, you establish rules of engagement. At the end of the day, Madam Speaker, we've endured a lot of personal attacks on the member for Cat Island, Rumpke, and San Salvador, on the member for Fort Charlotte, in a very intemperate way. And so when one looks at how we deliver what is a legitimate factual analysis, it is very slightly done. And I stand by what I say, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Credit is given to the former Christie administration for bringing the Homeowners Protection Act. But, Madam Speaker, if we were to be honest, that act was brought as a result of what turned out to be the largest housing crisis in the country's history. So many mortgages were defaulted upon that when that piece of legislation actually came out, I think that it was the good member, Halkitis at the time might have been involved, who's now a senator, that there was seen to be very few persons that fit into the qualifying category. What you had were persons that were in large numbers defaulting on their mortgages to the banks. The banks then, ever since that point, have been having difficulties, and we've seen the banking industry move from being a major lender on the side to now having to generate income from bank charges and fees, and there's very little lending going on. So while that piece of legislation came under the Christie administration, it came from a very dark period in our history that arose during a PLP administration.
Thank you, Honorable Member. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a second time and committed. A bill for an act to make provision for the greater protection of consumers, the continuation of a Consumer Protection Commission, and for the functions and powers of that commission and related matters, and to repeal and replace the Consumer Protection Commission Act 2007. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to make provision for the greater protection of consumers, the continuation of a Consumer Protection Commission, and for the functions and powers of that commission and related matters, and to repeal and replace the Consumer Protection Commission Act 2007.
For the second reading of bills?
No further second reading of bills.
Whole?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I move that the House to resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole.
Is there a seconder?
With the Deputy Speaker and the Chair.
Thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that the House do now resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole with the Deputy Speaker in the chair. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The House will now resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole with the Deputy Speaker in the chair.
Yeah, because it has to go from 207 to 206. So okay.
Hold on, let me get hold on one second. Hey, clear my shoes. Committee of the Whole.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the long title of the bill be agreed with the exception that the description, that the last numeral be changed from 7 to 6, referring to the Consumer Protection Act 2006, not 2007. And we agree that that will be done by the slip rule.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for
Mr. Deputy Speaker, the word commission should also be removed. Member from Freetown, the word commission isn't in the existing act, at least as it appears online. So the act should read Consumer Protection Act 2006. We do agree to that.
Honorable Member, do you agree for the slippery rule?
Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for
Grateful
Freetown.
to St. Anne's for that, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that sections 1 to 31 of the Act be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that section 1 through 31 be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Section 1 through 31 is agreed.
Mr. Chairman, I move that sections 32 to section 68 be agreed.
68?
Yeah, that's.
It has been moved and seconded that section 32 through 68 be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Section 32 through 68 is agreed.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the first schedule of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the first schedule of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The first schedule of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the second schedule of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the second schedule of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Motion is carried. Schedule 2 of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The bill in its entirety is agreed.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the Speaker do now retake the chair.
Is there a seconder? Second. It has been moved and seconded that the Speaker do not take the chair. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The Speaker will now take the chair.
Honorable members, the Deputy Chairman of the Committee of the Whole has reported that the committee has examined the bill, having made amendments thereto. Third reading and passing of bills?
No third reading and passing of, sorry. Trying to get out. I move. Sir. Trying to get out of here. Madam Speaker, I move that the bill be read a third time and passed.
Is there a seconder? Second. Thank you, honorable members. It's been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and passed. A bill for an act to make provision for the greater protection of consumers, the continuation of a consumer commission, and for the functions and powers of that commission and related matters, and to repeal and replace the Consumer Protection Act 2006. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read for a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to make provision for the greater protection of consumers, the continuation of a Consumer Protection Commission, and for the functions and powers of that commission and related matters, and to repeal and replace the Consumer Protection Act 2006.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Consumer Protection Bill 20 Act, sorry, Consumer Protection Act 2023. For the third reading, Mr. Bassett?
For the third reading, Madam.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Order that the clerk do take the bills passed in this House to the Honorable Senate for their concurrence. We will now revert back to the order of business. Consideration of Senate's amendments, resolutions, member statements, appointment of select committees, Instruction to select committees. Discharge of select committees. Notices for future meetings?
I renew all notices on behalf of the government.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Speaker, I renew all notices on behalf of the opposition.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Adjournment?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House on its rising adjourn to Wednesday, the 29th of November at 10 a.m.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Is there a seconder? Boy, you all like that. It has been moved and seconded that the House at its rising do adjourn to Wednesday, 29th of November, 2023 at 10 a.m. As many are in favor, will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Final adjournment?
Madam Speaker, I do move that the House do adjourn to the 29th of November, 2023 at 10 a.m.
Lastly, is there a seconder?
Sorry? Madam Speaker, I'm being told that for the record of the House, I should indicate why we've asked for that time.
You can go ahead, final.
There
final
is,
member.
there's a tradition, I'm told, of doing it, and out of, I suppose, deference and pity, we would like the candidate to get as much help as he can, as he sorely needs it, Madam Speaker. That's right.
Thank you, honourable members. As we moved and seconded, the House do now adjourn. As many are in favor, will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is agreed. The House stands adjourned to Wednesday, November 29th, 2023 at 10 a.m.
All right.